Section 0 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kangaroo 692. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Introduction. I have never read a poem by Mr. Field without feeling personally drawn to the author. Long after I had known him as a poet, I found that he had written in prose little scraps or long essays, which had attracted me in just the same way, when I had met with them in the newspapers, although I had not known who the author was. All that he writes, indeed, is quite free from the conventionalisms to which authorship as a profession is sadly liable. Because he is free from them, you read his poems or you read his prose and are affected as if you met him. If you were riding in a Pullman car with him, or if you were talking with him at breakfast over your coffee, he would say just such things in this way. If he had any art, it was the art of concealing art, but I do not think that he had much thought of that art. I do not think that he cared much for what people say about criticism or style. He wrote as he felt, or as he thought, without troubling himself much about method. It is this simplicity, or what is the fashion of the day to call frankness, which gives a singular charm to his writing. Edward E. Hale. End of Section 0. Recording by Kangaroo 692.
Section 1 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The First Christmas Tree. Once upon a time the forest was in a great commotion. Early in the evening the wise old cedars had shaken their heads ominously and predicted strange things. They had lived in the forest many, many years, but never had they seen such marvelous sights as were to be seen now in the sky and upon the hills and in the distant village. "Pray tell us what you see," pleaded the little vine. "We, who are not as tall as you, can behold none of these wonderful things. Describe them to us, that we may enjoy them with you." "I am filled with such amazement," said one of the cedars, "that I can hardly speak. The whole sky seems to be aflame, and the stars appear to be dancing among the clouds. Angels walk down from heaven to the earth, and enter the village or talk with the shepherds upon the hills." The vine listened in mute astonishment. Such things never before had happened. The vine trembled with excitement. Its nearest neighbor was a tiny tree, so small it scarcely ever was noticed. Yet it was a very beautiful little tree, and the vines and the ferns and mosses and other humble residents of the forest loved it dearly. "I should like to see the angels," sighed the little tree, "and how I should like to see the stars dancing among the clouds. It must be very beautiful." As the vine and the little tree talked of these things, the cedars watched with increasing interest the wonderful scenes over and beyond the confines of the forest. Presently they thought they heard music, and they were not mistaken, for soon the whole air was full of the sweetest harmonies ever heard upon earth. "Oh, what beautiful music!" cried the little tree. "I wonder whence it comes." "The angels are singing," said a cedar, "for none but angels could make such sweet music." "But the stars are singing too," said another cedar. "Yes, and the shepherds on the hills join in the song, and what a strangely glorious song it is!" The trees listened to the singing, but they did not understand its meaning. It seemed to be an anthem, and it was of a child that had been born. But further than this they did not understand. The strange and glorious song continued all the night, and all that night the angels walked to and fro, and the shepherd folk talked with the angels, and the stars danced and caroled in high heaven. And it was nearly morning when the cedars cried out, "They are coming to the forest! The angels are coming to the forest!" And surely enough this was true. The vine and the little tree were very terrified, and they begged their older and stronger neighbors to protect them from harm. But the cedars were too busy with their own fears to pay any heed to the faint pleadings of the humble vine and the little tree. The angels came into the forest, singing the same glorious anthem about the child, and the stars sang in chorus with them, until every part of the woods rang with echoes of that wondrous song. There was nothing in the appearance of this angel host to inspire fear. They were clad all in white, and there were crowns upon their fair heads, and golden harps in their hands. Love, hope, charity, compassion, and joy beamed from their beautiful faces, and their presence seemed to fill the forest with a divine peace. The angels came through the forest to where the little tree stood, and gathering around it, they touched it with their hands, and kissed its little branches, and sang even more sweetly than before. And their song was about the child that had been born. Then the stars came down from the skies, and danced and hung upon the branches of the tree, and they too sang that song, the song of the child. And all the other trees, and the vines, and the ferns, and the mosses beheld in wonder. Nor could they understand why all these things were being done, and why this exceeding honor should be shown the little tree. When the morning came, the angels left the forest, all but one angel, who remained behind and lingered near the little tree. Then a cedar asked, "Why do you tarry with us, holy angel?" The angel answered, "I stay to guard this little tree, for it is sacred, and no harm shall come to it." The little tree felt quite relieved by this assurance, and it held up its head more confidently than ever before. And how it thrived and grew and waxed in strength and beauty! The cedars said they never had seen the like. The sun seemed to lavish its choicest rays upon the little tree. Heaven dropped its sweetest dew upon it, and the winds never came to the forest that they did not forget their rude manners and linger to kiss the little tree and sing it their prettiest songs. No danger ever menaced it, no harm threatened, for the angel never slept. Through the day and through the night the angel watched the little tree and protected it from all evil. Oftentimes the trees talked with the angel, but of course they understood little of what he said, for he spoke always of the child who was to become the master, and always when thus he talked he caressed the little tree, and stroked its branches and leaves, and moistened them with his tears. It all was so very strange that none in the forest could understand. So the years passed, the angel watching his blooming charge. Sometimes the beasts strayed toward the little tree and threatened to devour its tender foliage. Sometimes the woodman came with his axe, intent upon hewing down the straight and comely thing. Sometimes the hot, consuming breath of drought swept from the south and sought to blight the forest in all its verdure. The angel kept them from the little tree. Serene and beautiful it grew, until now it was no longer a little tree, but the pride and glory of the forest. One day the tree heard someone coming through the forest. Hitherto the angel had hastened to its side when men approached. But now the angel strode away and stood under the cedars yonder. "Dear angel," cried the tree, "can you not hear the footsteps of someone approaching? Why do you leave me?" "Have no fear," said the angel, "for he who comes is the Master." The Master came to the tree and beheld it. He placed his hands upon its smooth trunk and branches, and the tree was thrilled with a strange and glorious delight. Then he stooped and kissed the tree, and then he turned and went away. Many times after that the Master came to the forest, and when he came it always was to where the tree stood. Many times he rested beneath the tree, and enjoyed the shade of its foliage, and listened to the music of the wind as it swept through the rustling leaves. Many times he slept there, and the tree watched over him, and the forest was still, and all its voices were hushed. And the angel hovered near like a faithful sentinel. Ever and anon men came with the Master to the forest, and sat with him in the shade of the tree, and talked with him of matters which the tree never could understand. Only it heard that the talk was of love and charity and gentleness, and it saw the Master was beloved and venerated by the others. It heard them tell of the Master's goodness and humility, how he had healed the sick and raised the dead, and bestowed inestimable blessings wherever he walked. And the tree loved the Master for his beauty and his goodness. And when he came to the forest, it was full of joy, but when he came not, it was sad. And the other trees of the forest joined in its happiness and its sorrow, for they too loved the Master, and the angel always hovered near. The Master came one night alone into the forest, and his face was pale with anguish and wet with tears, and he fell upon his knees and prayed. The tree heard him, and all the forest was still, as if it were standing in the presence of death. And when the morning came, lo, the angel had gone. Then there was a great confusion in the forest. There was the sound of rude voices and a clashing of swords and staves. Strange men appeared, uttering loud oaths and cruel threats, and the tree was filled with terror. It called aloud for the angel, but the angel came not. "Alas," cried the vine, "they have come to destroy the tree, the pride and glory of the forest." The forest was sorely agitated, but it was in vain. The strange men plied their axes with cruel vigor, and the tree was hewn to the ground. Its beautiful branches were cut away and cast aside, and its soft, thick foliage was strewn to the tenderer mercies of the wind. "They are killing me," cried the tree. "Why is not the angel here to protect me?" But no one heard the piteous cry. None but the other trees of the forest, and they wept, and the little vine wept too. Then the cruel men dragged the despoiled and hewn tree from the forest, and the forest saw that beauteous thing no more. But the night wind that swept down from the city of the great king that night to ruffle the bosom of distant Galilee tarried in the forest a while to say that it had seen that day a cross upraised on Calvary, the tree on which was stretched the body of the dying Master. End of section 1. First published in 1884.
Section 2 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Symbol and the Saint, 1886. Once upon a time, a young man made ready for a voyage. His name was Norse. Broad were his shoulders, his cheeks were ruddy, his hair was fair and long, his body betokened strength, and good nature shone from his blue eyes and lurked about the corners of his mouth. "Where are you going?" asked his neighbor Jans, the forge master. "I am going sailing for a wife," said Norse. "For a wife indeed!" cried Jans. "And why go you to seek her in foreign lands? Are not our maidens good enough and fair enough, that you must needs search for a wife elsewhere? For shame, Norse, for shame!" But Norse said, "A spirit came to me in my dreams last night and said, 'Launch the boat and set sail to-morrow. Have no fear, for I will guide you to the bride that awaits you.'" Then, standing there, all white and beautiful, the spirit held forth a symbol, such as I had never before seen, in the figure of a cross, and the spirit said, "By this symbol shall she be known to you." "If this be so, you must need go," said Jans. "But are you well victualled? Come to my cabin, and let me give you venison and bear's meat." Norse shook his head. "The spirit will provide," said he. "I have no fear, and I shall take no care, trusting in the spirit." So Norse pushed his boat down the beach into the sea, and leaped into the boat, and unfurled the sail to the wind. Jan stood wondering on the beach, and watched the boat speed out of sight. On, many days on sailed Norse, so many leagues that he thought he must have compassed the earth. In all this time he knew no hunger nor thirst. It was as the spirit had told him in his dream. No cares nor dangers beset him. By day the dolphins and the other creatures of the sea gamboled about his boat. By night a beauteous star seemed to direct his course, and when he slept and dreamed, he saw ever the spirit clad in white, and holding forth to him the symbol in the similitude of a cross. At last he came to a strange country, a country so very different from his own that he could scarcely trust his senses. Instead of the rugged mountains of the north, he saw a gentle landscape of velvety green. The trees were not pines and firs, but cypresses and cedars and palms. Instead of the cold, crisp air of his native land, he scented the perfumed zephyrs of the Orient, and the wind that filled the sail of his boat and smote his tanned cheeks was heavy and hot with the odor of cinnamon and spices. The waters were calm and blue, very different from the white and angry waves of Norse's native fjord. As if guided by an unseen hand, the boat pointed straight for the beach of this strangely beautiful land. And ere its prow cleaved the shallow waters, Norse saw a maiden standing on the shore, shading her eyes with her right hand and gazing intently at him. She was the most beautiful maiden he had ever looked upon. As Norse was fair, so was this maiden dark. Her black hair fell loosely about her shoulders, in charming contrast with the white raiment in which her slender, graceful form was clad. Around her neck she wore a golden chain, and therefrom was suspended a small symbol, which Norse did not immediately recognize. "Hast thou come sailing out of the north into the east?" asked the maiden. "Yes," said Norse. "And thou art Norse?" she asked. "I am Norse, and I come seeking my bride," he answered. "I am she," said the maiden. "My name is Faya. An angel came to me in my dreams last night, and the angel said, 'Stand upon the beach to-day, and Norse shall come out of the north to bear thee home a bride.' So, coming here, I found thee sailing to our shore." Remembering then the spirit's words, Norse said, "What symbol have you, Faya, that I may know how truly you have spoken?" "No symbol have I but this," said Faya, holding out the symbol that was attached to the golden chain about her neck. Norse looked upon it, and lo! it was the symbol of his dreams, a tiny wooden cross. Then Norse clasped Faya in his arms and kissed her, and entering into the boat, they sailed away into the north. In all their voyage neither care nor danger beset them, for as it had been told to them in their dreams, so it came to pass. By day the dolphins and the other creatures of the sea gamboled about them. By night the winds and the waves sang them to sleep. And, strangely enough, the star which before had led Norse into the east, now shone bright and beautiful in the northern sky. When Norse and his bride reached their home, Jans, the forge master, and the other neighbors made great joy, and all said that Fia was more beautiful than any other maiden in the land. So merry was Jans that he built a huge fire in his forge, and the flames thereof filled the whole northern sky with rays of light that danced up, up, up to the star, singing glad songs the while. So Norse and Fia were wed, and they went to live in the cabin in the fir grove. To these two was born in good time a son, whom they named Claus. On the night that he was born, wondrous things came to pass. To the cabin in the fir grove came all the quaint, weird spirits, the fairies, the elves, the trolls, the pixies, the fadas, the cryons, the goblins, the kobolds, the moss people, the gnomes, the dwarves, the water sprites, the corals, the bogles, the brownies, the nixies, the trows, the stillvolk, all came to the cabin in the fir grove, and capered about, and sang the strange beautiful songs of the mist land. And the flames of old Jan's forge leaped up higher than ever into the northern sky, carrying the joyous tidings to the star, and full of music was that happy night. Even in infancy, Claus did marvelous things. With his baby hands he wrought into pretty figures the willows that were given to him to play with. As he grew older, he fashioned, with the knife old Jans had made for him, many curious toys: carts, horses, dogs, lambs, houses, trees, cats, and birds, all of wood, and very like to nature. His mother taught him how to make dolls, too. Dolls of every kind, condition, temper, and color. Proud dolls, homely dolls, boy dolls, lady dolls, wax dolls, rubber dolls, paper dolls, worsted dolls, rag dolls, dolls of every description and without end. So Claus became at once quite as popular with the little girls as with the little boys of his native village, for he was so generous that he gave away all these pretty things as fast as he made them. Claus seemed to know by instinct every language. As he grew older he would ramble off into the woods and talk with the trees, the rocks, and the beasts of the greenwood. Or he would sit on the cliffs overlooking the fjord and listen to the stories that the waves of the sea loved to tell him. Then, too, he knew the haunts of the elves and the stillvolk, and many a pretty tale he learned from these little people. When night came, old Jans told him the quaint legends of the north, and his mother sang to him the lullabies she had heard when a little child herself in the far distant east. And every night his mother held out to him the symbol in the similitude of the cross, and bade him kiss it ere he went to sleep. So Claus grew to manhood, increasing each day in knowledge and in wisdom. His works increased too, and his liberality dispensed everywhere the beauteous things which his fancy conceived and his skill executed. Jans, being now a very old man, and having no son of his own, gave to Claus his forge and workshop, and taught him those secret arts which he in youth had learned from cunning masters. Right joyous now was Claus, and many, many times the northern sky glowed with the flames that danced, singing from the forge while Claus molded his pretty toys. Every color of the rainbow were these flames, for they reflected the bright colors of the beauteous things strewn round that wonderful workshop. Just as of old he had dispensed to all children alike the homelier toys of his youth, so now he gave to all children alike these more beautiful and more curious gifts. So little children everywhere loved Claus because he gave them pretty toys, and their parents loved him because he made their little ones so happy. But now Norse and Fia were come to old age. After long years of love and happiness, they knew that death could not be far distant. And one day Fia said to Norse, "Neither you nor I, dear love, fear death, but if we could choose, would we not choose to live always in this our son Claus, who has been so sweet a joy to us?" "Aye, aye," said Norse, "but how is that possible?" "We shall see," said Faia. That night Norse dreamed that a spirit came to him, and that the spirit said to him, "Norse, thou shalt surely live forever in thy son Claus, if thou wilt but acknowledge the symbol." Then, when the morning was come, Norse told his dream to Faia, his wife, and Faia said, "The same dream had I, an angel appearing to me and speaking these very words." "But what of the symbol?" cried Norse. "I have it here, about my neck," said Faia. So saying, Faia drew from her bosom the symbol of wood, a tiny cross suspended about her neck by the golden chain. And as she stood there holding the symbol out to Norse, he thought of the time when first he saw her on the far distant Orient shore, standing beneath the star in all her maiden glory, shading her beauteous eyes with one hand, and with the other clasping the cross, the holy talisman of her faith. "Faia, Faia," cried Norse, "it is the same you wore when I fetched you a bride from the East." "It is the same," said Faia. "Yet see how my kisses and my prayers have worn it away, for many, many times in these years, dear Norse, have I pressed it to my lips and breathed your name upon it. See now, see what a beauteous light its shadow makes upon your aged face." The sunbeams, indeed, streaming through the window at that moment, cast the shadow of the symbol on old Norse's brow. Norse felt a glorious warmth suffuse him, his heart leaped with joy, and he stretched out his arms and fell about Faia's neck, and kissed the symbol and acknowledged it. Then likewise did Faia, and suddenly the place was filled with a wondrous brightness and with strange music, and never thereafter were Norse and Faia beholden of men. Until late that night Claus toiled at his forge, for it was a busy season with him. He had many, many curious and beauteous things to make for the little children in the country round about. The colored flames leaped, singing, from his forge, so that the northern sky seemed to be lighted by 1,000 rainbows. But above all this voiceful glory beamed the star, bright, beautiful, serene. Coming late to the cabin in the fir grove, Claus wondered that no sign of his father or of his mother was to be seen. "Father! Mother!" he cried, but he received no answer. Just then the star cast its golden gleam through the latticed window, and this strange, holy light fell and rested upon the symbol of the cross that lay upon the floor. Seeing it, Claus stooped and picked it up, and kissing it reverently, he cried, "Dear talisman, be thou my inspiration evermore, and wheresoever thy blessed influence is felt, there also let my works be known henceforth forever." No sooner had he said these words than Claus felt the gift of immortality bestowed upon him, and in that moment, too, there came to him a knowledge that his parents' prayer had been answered, and that Norse and Faia would live in him through all time. And lo! to that place and in that hour came all the people of Mistland and of Dreamland to declare allegiance to him. Yes, the elves, the fairies, the pixies, all came to Claus, prepared to do his bidding. Joyously they capered about him, and merrily they sang. "Now haste ye all," cried Claus, "haste ye all to your homes and bring to my workshop the best ye have. Search, little hill people, deep in the bowels of the earth for finest gold and choicest jewels. Fetch me, O mermaids, from the bottom of the sea, the treasures hidden there, the shells of rainbow tints, the smooth bright pebbles, and the strange ocean flowers. Go, pixies, and other water sprites, to your secret lakes, and bring me pearls. Speed, speed you all, for many pretty things have we to make for the little ones of earth we love." But to the kobolds and the brownies Claus said, "Fly to every house on earth where the cross is known. Loiter unseen in the corners, and watch and hear the children through the day. Keep a strict account of good and bad, and every night bring back to me the names of good and bad, that I may know them." The kobolds and the brownies laughed gleefully and sped away on noiseless wings. And so, too, did the other fairies and elves. There came also to Claus the beasts of the forest and the birds of the air, and bade him be their master. And up danced the four winds, and they said, "May we not serve you too?" The Snow King came stealing along in his feathery chariot. "Oho!" he cried, "I shall speed over all the world and tell them you are coming. In town and country, on the mountain tops and in the valleys, wheresoever the cross is raised, there will I herald your approach, and thither will I strew you a pathway of feathery white. Oho! Oho!" So singing softly, the Snow King stole upon his way. But of all the beasts that begged to do him service, Claus liked the reindeer best. "You shall go with me in my travels, for henceforth I shall bear my treasures not only to the children of the North, but to the children in every land whither the star points me, and where the cross is lifted up." So said Claus to the reindeer, and the reindeer neighed joyously and stamped their hoofs impatiently, as though they longed to start immediately. Oh, many, many times has Claus whirled away from his far northern home in his sledge, drawn by the reindeer, and thousands upon thousands of beautiful gifts, all of his own making, has he borne to the children of every land. For he loves them all alike, and they all alike love him, I trow. For truly do they love him that they call him Santa Claus, and I am sure that he must be a saint, for he has lived these many hundred years, and we, who know that he was born of faith and love, believe that he will live forever. Publication year 1886. End of The Symbol and the Saint.
Section 3 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 3. The Coming of the Prince, 1886. Part 1. "Whirr, whirr, whirr," said the wind, and it tore through the streets of the city that Christmas Eve, turning umbrellas inside out, driving the snow in fitful gusts before it, creaking the rusty signs and shutters, and playing every kind of rude prank it could think of. "How cold your breath is to-night," said Barbara, with a shiver, as she drew her tattered little shawl the closer around her benumbed body. "Whirr, whirr, whirr," answered the wind. "But why are you out in this storm? You should be at home by the warm fire." "I have no home," said Barbara, and then she sighed bitterly, and something like a tiny pearl came in the corner of one of her sad blue eyes. But the wind did not hear her answer, for it had hurried up the street to throw a handful of snow in the face of an old man who was struggling along with a huge basket of good things on each arm. "Why are you not at the cathedral?" asked a snowflake, as it alighted on Barbara's shoulder. "I heard grand music and saw beautiful lights there as I floated down from the sky a moment ago." "What are they doing at the cathedral?" inquired Barbara. "Why, haven't you heard?" exclaimed the snowflake. "I supposed everybody knew that the prince was coming tomorrow." "Surely enough, this is Christmas Eve," said Barbara, "and the prince will come tomorrow." Barbara remembered that her mother had told her about the prince, how beautiful and good and kind and gentle he was, and how he loved the little children. But her mother was dead now, and there was none to tell Barbara of the prince and his coming, none but the little snowflake. "I should like to see the prince," said Barbara, "for I have heard he was very beautiful and good." "That he is," said the snowflake. "I have never seen him, but I heard the pines and the firs singing about him as I floated over the forest tonight." "Whirr, whirr!" cried the wind, returning boisterously to where Barbara stood. "I've been looking for you everywhere, little snowflake, so come with me." And without any further ado, the wind seized upon the snowflake and hurried it along the street, and led it a merry dance through the icy air of the winter night. Barbara trudged on through the snow and looked in at the bright things in the shop windows. The glitter of the lights and the sparkle of the vast array of beautiful Christmas toys quite dazzled her. A strange mingling of admiration, regret, and envy filled the poor little creature's heart. "Much as I may yearn to have them, it cannot be," she said to herself, "yet I may feast my eyes upon them." "Go away from here," said a harsh voice. "How can the rich people see all my fine things if you stand before the window? Be off with you, you miserable little beggar." It was the shopkeeper, and he gave Barbara a savage box on the ear that sent her reeling into the deeper snowdrifts of the gutter. Presently she came to a large house where there seemed to be much mirth and festivity. The shutters were thrown open, and through the windows Barbara could see a beautiful Christmas tree in the centre of a spacious room. A beautiful Christmas tree ablaze with red and green lights, and heavy with toys and stars and glass balls and other beautiful things that children love. There was a merry throng around the tree, and the children were smiling and gleeful, and all in that house seemed content and happy. Barbara heard them singing, and their song was about the prince who was to come on the morrow. "This must be the house where the prince will stop," thought Barbara. "How I would like to see his face and hear his voice. Yet what would he care for me, a miserable little beggar?" So Barbara crept on through the storm, shivering and disconsolate, yet thinking of the prince. "Where are you going?" she asked of the wind as it overtook her. "To the cathedral," laughed the wind. "The great people are flocking there, and I will have a merry time amongst them. Ha!" And with laughter the wind whirled away and chased the snow toward the cathedral. "It is there, then, that the prince will come," thought Barbara. "It is a beautiful place, and the people will pay him homage there. Perhaps I shall see him if I go there." So she went to the cathedral. Many folk were there in their richest apparel, and the organ rolled out its grand music, and the people sang wondrous songs, and the priests made eloquent prayers, and the music and the songs and the prayers were all about the prince and his expected coming. The throng that swept in and out of the great edifice talked always of the prince, the prince, the prince, until Barbara really loved him very much, for all the gentle words she heard the people say of him. "Please, can I go and sit inside?" inquired Barbara of the sexton. "No," said the sexton gruffly, for this was an important occasion with the sexton, and he had no idea of wasting words on a beggar child. "But I will be very good and quiet," pleaded Barbara. "Please, may I not see the prince?" "I have said no, and I mean it," retorted the sexton. "What have you for the prince, or what cares the prince for you? Out with you, and don't be blocking up the doorway." So the sexton gave Barbara an angry push, and the child fell halfway down the icy steps of the cathedral. She began to cry. Some great people were entering the cathedral at the time, and they laughed to see her falling. "Have you seen the prince?" inquired a snowflake, alighting on Barbara's cheek. It was the same little snowflake that had clung to her shawl an hour ago, when the wind came galloping along on his boisterous search. "Ah, no," sighed Barbara in tears. "But what cares the prince for me?" "Do not speak so bitterly," said the little snowflake. "Go to the forest, and you shall see him, for the prince always comes through the forest to the city." Despite the cold and her bruises and her tears, Barbara smiled. In the forest she could behold the prince coming on his way, and he would not see her, for she would hide among the trees and vines. Whirr, whirr! It was the mischievous, romping wind once more, and it fluttered Barbara's tattered shawl, and set her hair to streaming in every direction, and swept the snowflake from her cheek, and sent it spinning through the air. Barbara trudged toward the forest. When she came to the city gate, the watchman stopped her, and held his big lantern in her face, and asked her who she was, and where she was going. "I am Barbara, and I am going into the forest," she said boldly. "Into the forest?" cried the watchman, "and in this storm? No, child, you will perish." "But I am going to see the prince," said Barbara. "They will not let me watch for him in the church, nor in any of their pleasant homes, so I am going into the forest." The watchman smiled sadly. He was a kindly man. He thought of his own little girl at home. "No, you must not go to the forest," said he, "for you will perish with the cold." But Barbara would not stay. She avoided the watchman's grasp, and ran as fast as ever she could through the city gate. "Come back! Come back!" cried the watchman. "You will perish in the forest." But Barbara would not heed his cry. The falling snow did not stay her, nor did the cutting blast. She thought only of the prince, and she ran straightway to the forest. II. "What do you see up there, O pine tree?" asked a little vine in the forest. "You lift your head among the clouds tonight, and you tremble strangely, as if you saw wondrous sights." "I see only the distant hill-tops and the dark clouds," answered the pine tree. "And the wind sings of the Snow King tonight. To all my questionings he says, 'Snow, snow, snow,' till I am weary with his refrain." "But the prince will surely come tomorrow?" inquired the tiny snowdrop that nestled close to the vine. "Oh, yes," said the vine. "I heard the country folks talking about it as they went through the forest today, and they said that the prince would surely come on the morrow." "What are you little folks down there talking about?" asked the pine tree. "We are talking about the prince," said the vine. "Yes, he is to come on the morrow," said the pine tree, "but not until the day dawns, and it is still all dark in the east." "Yes," said the fir tree, "the east is black, and only the wind and the snow issue from it." "Keep your head out of my way," cried the pine tree to the fir. "With your constant bobbing around I can hardly see at all." "Take that for your bad manners," retorted the fir, slapping the pine tree savagely with one of her longest branches. The pine tree would put up with no such treatment, so he hurled his largest cone at the fir, and for a moment or two it looked as if there were going to be a serious commotion in the forest. "Hush!" cried the vine in a startled tone. "There is some one coming through the forest." The pine tree and the fir stopped quarreling, and the snowdrop nestled closer to the vine, while the vine hugged the pine tree very tightly. All were greatly alarmed. "Nonsense!" said the pine tree in a tone of assumed bravery. "No one would venture into the forest at such an hour." "Indeed, and why not?" cried a child's voice. "Will you not let me watch with you for the coming of the prince?" "Will you not chop me down?" inquired the pine tree gruffly. "Will you not tear me away from my tree?" asked the vine. "Will you not pluck my blossoms?" plaintively piped the snowdrop. "No, of course not," said Barbara. "I have come only to watch with you for the prince." Then Barbara told them who she was, and how cruelly she had been treated in the city, and how she longed to see the prince, who was to come on the morrow. And as she talked, the forest and all therein felt a great compassion for her. "Lie at my feet," said the pine tree, "and I will protect you." "Nestle close to me, and I will chafe your temples and body and limbs till they are warm," said the vine. "Let me rest upon your cheek, and I will sing you my little songs," said the snowdrop. And Barbara felt very grateful for all these homely kindnesses. She rested in the velvety snow at the foot of the pine tree, and the vine chafed her body and limbs, and the little flowers sang sweet songs to her. Whirr, whirr! There was that noisy wind again, but this time it was gentler than it had been in the city. "Here you are, my little Barbara," said the wind in kindly tones. "I have brought you the little snowflake. I am glad you came away from the city, for the people are proud and haughty there. Oh, but I will have my fun with them." Then, having dropped the little snowflake on Barbara's cheek, the wind whisked off to the city again, and we can imagine that it played rare pranks with the proud, haughty folk on its return, for the wind, as you know, is no respecter of persons. "Dear Barbara," said the snowflake, "I will watch with thee for the coming of the prince." And Barbara was glad, for she loved the little snowflake that was so pure and innocent and gentle. "Tell us, O pine tree," cried the vine, "what do you see in the east? Has the prince yet entered the forest?" "The east is full of black clouds," said the pine tree, "and the winds that hurry to the hilltops sing of the snow." "But the city is full of brightness," said the fir. "I can see the lights in the cathedral, and I can hear wondrous music about the prince and his coming." "Yes, they are singing of the prince in the cathedral," said Barbara, sadly. "But we shall see him first," whispered the vine, reassuringly. "Yes, the prince will come through the forest," said the little snowdrop, gleefully. "Fear not, dear Barbara, we shall behold the prince in all his glory," cried the snowflake. Then all at once there was a strange hubbub in the forest, for it was midnight, and the spirits came from their hiding places to prowl about and to disport themselves. Barbara beheld them in great wonder and trepidation, for she had never before seen the spirits of the forest, although she had often heard of them. It was a marvellous sight. "Fear nothing," whispered the vine to Barbara. "Fear nothing, for they dare not touch you." The antics of the wood spirits continued for an hour, for then a cock crowed, and immediately thereat, with a wondrous scurrying, the elves and the gnomes and the other grotesque spirits sought their abiding places in the caves and in the hollow trunks and under the loose bark of the trees, and then it was very quiet once more in the forest. "It is very cold," said Barbara. "My hands and feet are like ice." Then the pine tree and the fir shook down the snow from their broad boughs, and the snow fell upon Barbara and covered her like a white mantle. "You will be warm now," said the vine, kissing Barbara's forehead, and Barbara smiled. Then the snowdrop sang a lullaby about the moss that loved the violet, and Barbara said, "I am going to sleep now. Will you wake me when the prince comes through the forest?" And they said they would, so Barbara fell asleep. III. "The bells in the city are ringing merrily," said the fir, "and the music in the cathedral is louder and more beautiful than ever. Can it be that the prince has already come into the city?" "No," cried the pine tree. "Look to the east and see the Christmas day adawning. The prince is coming, and his pathway is through the forest." The storm had ceased. Snow lay upon all the earth. The hills, the forest, the city, and the meadows were white with the robe the Storm King had thrown over them. Content with his wondrous work, the Storm King himself had fled to his far northern home before the dawn of the Christmas day. Everything was bright and sparkling and beautiful. And most beautiful was the great hymn of praise the forest sang that Christmas morning. The pine trees and the firs and the vines and the snow flowers that sang of the prince and of his promised coming. "Wake up, little one," cried the vine, "for the prince is coming." But Barbara slept. She did not hear the vine's soft calling, nor the lofty music of the forest. A little snowbird flew down from the fir tree's bough and perched upon the vine, and carolled in Barbara's ear of the Christmas morning and of the coming of the prince. But Barbara slept. She did not hear the carol of the bird. "Alas," sighed the vine, "Barbara will not awaken, and the prince is coming." Then the vine and the snowdrop wept, and the pine tree and the fir were very sad. The prince came through the forest clad in royal raiment and wearing a golden crown. Angels came with him, and the forest sang a great hymn unto the prince, such a hymn as had never before been heard on earth. The prince came to the sleeping child and smiled upon her and called her by name. "Barbara, my little one," said the prince, Awaken, and come with me." Then Barbara opened her eyes and beheld the prince, and it seemed as if a new life had come to her, for there was warmth in her body, and a flush upon her cheeks, and a light in her eyes that were divine. And she was clothed no longer in rags, but in white flowing raiment, and upon the soft brown hair there was a crown like those which angels wear. And as Barbara arose and went to the prince, the little snowflake fell from her cheek upon her bosom, and forthwith became a pearl more precious than all other jewels upon earth. And the prince took Barbara in his arms and blessed her, and turning round about, returned with the little child unto his home, while the forest and the sky and the angels sang a wondrous song. The city waited for the prince, but he did not come. None knew of the glory of the forest that Christmas morning, nor of the new life that came to little Barbara. Come now, dear prince, come to us this holy Christmas time. Come to the busy marts of earth, the quiet homes, the noisy streets, the humble lanes. Come to us all, and with thy love touch every human heart, that we may know that love, and in its blessed peace bear charity to all mankind. 1886. End of section 3.
Section number 4 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section number 4. The Mouse and the Moonbeam. Whilst you were sleeping, little dear my soul, strange things happened. But that I saw and heard them, I should never have believed them. The clock stood, of course, in the corner. A moonbeam floated idly on the floor, and a little mauve mouse came from the hole in the chimney corner and frisked and scampered in the light of the moonbeam upon the floor. The little mauve mouse was particularly merry. Sometimes she danced upon 2 legs, and sometimes upon 4 legs, but always very daintily, and always very merrily.
"Ah me,"
sighed the old clock.
"How different mice are nowadays from the mice we used to have in the good old times. Now there was your grandma, Mistress Velvetpaw, and there was your grandpa, Master Sniffwhisker. How grave and dignified they were. Many a night have I seen them dancing upon the carpet below me, but always the stately minuet, and never that crazy frisking which you are executing now, to my surprise. Yes, and to my horror, too."
"But why shouldn't I be merry?" asked the little mauve mouse. "Tomorrow is Christmas, and this is Christmas Eve."
"So it is,"
said the old clock.
"I had really forgotten all about it. But tell me, what is Christmas to you, little Miss Mauve Mouse?"
"A great deal to me," cried the little mauve mouse. "I have been very good a very long time. I have not used any bad words, nor have I gnawed any holes, nor have I stolen any canary seed, nor have I worried my mother by running behind the flour barrel where that horrid trap is set. In fact, I have been so good that I'm very sure Santa Claus will bring me something very pretty." This seemed to amuse the old clock mightily. In fact, the old clock fell to laughing so heartily that in an unguarded moment he struck 12 instead of 10, which was exceedingly careless, and therefore to be reprehended.
"Why, you silly little mauve mouse," said the old clock. "You don't believe in Santa Claus, do you?"
"Of course I do," answered the little mauve mouse. "Believe in Santa Claus? Why shouldn't I? Didn't Santa Claus bring me a beautiful buttercracker last Christmas? And a lovely ginger snap? And a delicious rind of cheese? And lots of things. I should be very ungrateful if I did not believe in Santa Claus, and I certainly shall not disbelieve in him at the very moment when I am expecting him to arrive with a bundle of goodies for me. I once had a little sister," continued the little mauve mouse, "who did not believe in Santa Claus, and the very thought of the fate that befell her makes my blood run cold and my whiskers stand on end. She died before I was born, but my mother has told me all about her. Perhaps you never saw her. Her name was Squeak Nibble, and she was in stature one of those long, low, rangy mice that are seldom found in well-stocked pantries. Mother says that Squeak Nibble took after our ancestors who came from New England, where the malignant ingenuity of the people and the ferocity of the cats rendered life precarious indeed. Squeak Nibble seemed to inherit many ancestral traits, the most conspicuous of which was a disposition to sneer at some of the most respected dogmas in mousedom. From her very infancy she doubted, for example, the widely accepted theory that the moon was composed of green cheese, and this heresy was the first intimation her parents had of the skeptical turn of her mind. Of course, her parents were vastly annoyed, for their maturer natures saw that this youthful skepticism portended serious, if not fatal, consequences. Yet all in vain did the sagacious couple reason and plead with their headstrong and heretical child. For a long time Squeak Nibble would not believe that there was any such arch-fiend as a cat. But she came to be convinced to the contrary one memorable night, on which occasion she lost 2 inches of her beautiful tail, and received so terrible a fright that for fully an hour afterward her little heart beat so violently as to lift her off her feet and bump her head against the top of our domestic hole. The cat that deprived my sister of so large a percentage of her vertebral colophon was the same brindled ogress that nowadays steals ever and anon into this room, crouches treacherously behind the sofa, and feigns to be asleep, hoping, forsooth, that some of us, heedless of her hated presence, will venture within reach of her diabolical claws. So enraged was this ferocious monster at the escape of my sister that she ground her fangs viciously together, and vowed to take no pleasure in life until she held in her devouring jaws the innocent little mouse which belonged to the mangled bit of tail she even then clutched in her remorseless claws.
"Yes," said the old clock. "Now that you recall the incident, I recollect it well. I was here then, in this very corner, and I remember that I laughed at the cat and chided her for her awkwardness. My reproaches irritated her. She told me that a clock's duty was to run itself down, not to be depreciating the merits of others. Yes, I recall the time. That cat's tongue is fully as sharp as her claws."
"Be that as it may," said the little mauve mouse, "it is a matter of history, and therefore beyond dispute, that from that very moment the cat pined for Squeak Nibble's life. It seemed as if that one little 2-inch taste of Squeak Nibble's tail had filled the cat with a consuming passion, or appetite, for the rest of Squeak Nibble. So, The cat waited and watched and hunted and schemed and devised and did everything possible for a cat, a cruel cat, to do in order to gain her murderous ends. One night, one fatal Christmas Eve, our mother had undressed the children for bed and was urging upon them to go to sleep earlier than usual, since she fully expected that Santa Claus would bring each of them something very palatable and nice before morning. Thereupon the little dears whisked their cunning tails, pricked up their beautiful ears, and began telling one another what they hoped Santa Claus would bring. One asked for a slice of Roquefort, another for Neuchâtel, another for Sapsago, and a fourth for Edam. One expressed a preference for de Brie, while another hoped to get Parmesan. One clamored for the imperial blue Stilton, and another craved the fragrant boon of Caprera. There were 14 little ones then, and consequently there were diverse opinions as to the kind of gift which Santa Claus should best bring. Still, there was, as you can readily understand, an enthusiastic unanimity upon this point, namely, that the gift should be cheese of some brand or other. "My dears," said our mother, "what matters it whether the boon which Santa Claus brings be Royal English cheddar or fromage de Briquebec, Vermont sage or Herkimer County skim milk? We should be content with whatsoever Santa Claus bestows, so long as it be cheese, disjoined from all traps whatsoever, unmixed with Paris green, and free from glass, strychnine, and other harmful ingredients. As for myself, I shall be satisfied with a cut of nice, fresh Western Reserve, for truly I recognize in no other viand or edible half the fragrance or half the gustfulness to be met with in one of these pale but aromatic domestic products. So run away to your dreams now, that Santa Claus may find you sleeping." The children obeyed, all but Squeak Nibble. "Let the others think what they please," said she, "but I don't believe in Santa Claus. I'm not going to bed either. I'm going to creep out of this dark hole and have a quiet romp, all by myself in the moonlight." Oh, what a vain, foolish, wicked little mouse was Squeak Nibble! But I will not reproach the dead. Her punishment came all too swiftly. Now listen. Who do you suppose overheard her talking so disrespectfully of Santa Claus?
"Why, Santa Claus himself," said the old clock.
"Oh, no," answered the little mauve mouse. "It was that wicked, murderous cat. Just as Satan lurks and lies in wait for bad children, so does the cruel cat lurk and lie in wait for naughty little mice. And you can depend upon it, that when that awful cat heard Squeak Nibble speak so disrespectfully of Santa Claus, her wicked eyes glowed with joy, her sharp teeth watered, and her bristling fur emitted electric sparks as big as marrow-fat peas. Then what did that bloodthirsty monster do but scuttle as fast as she could into dear my soul's room, leap up into dear my soul's crib, and walk off with the pretty little white muff which dear my soul used to wear when she went for a visit to the little girl in the next block. What upon earth did the horrid old cat want with dear my soul's pretty little white muff? Ah, the duplicity, the diabolical ingenuity of that cat! Listen. In the first place," resumed the little mauve mouse, after a pause that testified eloquently to the depth of her emotion, "in the first place, that wretched cat dressed herself up in that pretty little white muff, by which you are to understand that she crawled through the muff just so far as to leave her 4 cruel legs at liberty."
"Yes, I understand," said the old clock.
"Then she put on the boy doll's fur cap," said the little mauve mouse. "And when she was arrayed in the boy doll's fur cap and dear my soul's pretty little white muff, of course she didn't look like a cruel cat at all. But whom did she look like?"
"Like the boy doll,"
suggested the old clock. "No, no," cried the little mauve mouse.
"Like dear my soul?"
asked the old clock. "How stupid you are!" exclaimed the little mauve mouse. "Why, she looked like Santa Claus, of course."
"Oh, yes, I see," said the old clock. "Now I begin to be interested. Go on."
"Alas," sighed the little mauve mouse, "not much remains to be told. But there is more of my story left than there was of Squeak Nibble when that horrid cat crawled out of that miserable disguise. You are to understand that contrary to her sagacious mother's injunction, and in notorious derision of the mooted coming of Santa Claus, Squeak Nibble issued from the friendly hole in the chimney corner and gamboled about over this very carpet, and I dare say in this very moonlight."
"I do not know," said the Moonbeam faintly. "I am so very old, and I have seen so many things. I do not know."
"Right merrily was Squeak Nibble gambolling," continued the little mauve mouse, "and she had just turned a double-back somersault without the use of what remained of her tail, when all of a sudden she beheld, looming up like a monster ghost, a figure all in white fur. And how her little heart did beat! Prrr, prrr, said the ghost in white fur. "Oh, please don't hurt me," pleaded Squeak Nibble. "No, I'll not hurt you," said the ghost in white fur. "I'm Santa Claus, and I've brought you a beautiful piece of savory old cheese, you dear little mousie, you." Poor Squeak Nibble was deceived. A skeptic all her life, she was at last befooled by the most palpable and most fatal of frauds. "How good of you!" said Squeak Nibble. "I didn't believe there was a Santa Claus, and—" But before she could say more, she was seized by 2 sharp, cruel claws that conveyed her crushed body to the murderous mouth of Mousedom's most malignant foe. I can dwell no longer upon this harrowing scene. Suffice it to say that ere the morrow's sun rose like a big yellow Herkimer County cheese upon the spot where that tragedy had been enacted, poor Squeak Nibble passed to that bourne whence 2 inches of her beautiful tail had preceded her by the space of 3 weeks to a day. As for Santa Claus, when he came that Christmas Eve, bringing morceau debris and of Stilton for the other little mice, he heard with sorrow of Squeak Nibble's fate, and ere he departed he said that in all his experience he had never known of a mouse or of a child that had prospered after once saying that he didn't believe in Santa Claus.
"Well, that is a remarkable story," said the old clock. "But if you believe in Santa Claus, why aren't you in bed?"
"That's where I shall be presently," answered the little mauve mouse. "But I must have my scamper, you know, It is very pleasant, I assure you, to frolic in the light of the moon. Only I cannot understand why you are always so cold and so solemn and so still, you pale, pretty little Moonbeam."
"Indeed, I do not know that I am so," said the Moonbeam. "But I am very old, and I have traveled many, many leagues, and I have seen wondrous things. Sometimes I toss upon the ocean. Sometimes I fall upon a slumbering flower. Sometimes I rest upon a dead child's face. I see the fairies at their play, and I hear mothers singing lullabies. Last night I swept across the frozen bosom of a river. A woman's face looked up at me. It was the picture of eternal rest. 'She is sleeping,' said the frozen river. I rock her to and fro and sing to her. Pass gently by, O Moonbeam, pass gently by, lest you awaken her." "How strangely you talk," said the old clock. "Now, I'll warrant me that if you wanted to, you could tell many a pretty and wonderful story. You must know many a Christmas tale. Pray tell us one to wear away this night of Christmas watching." "I know but one," said the Moonbeam. "I have told it over and over again, in every land and in every home, yet I do not weary of it. It is very simple. Should you like to hear it?" "Indeed we should," said the old clock. "But before you begin, let me strike 12, for I shouldn't want to interrupt you."
When the old clock had performed this duty with somewhat more than usual alacrity, the Moonbeam began its story. "Upon a time, so long ago that I can't tell how long ago it was, I fell upon a hillside. It was in a far distant country. This I know because, although it was the Christmas time, it was not in that country as it is wont to be in countries to the north. Hither the Snow King never came. Flowers bloomed all the year, and at all times the lambs found pleasant pasturage on the hillsides. The night wind was balmy, and there was a fragrance of cedar in its breath. There were violets on the hillside, and I fell amongst them and lay there. I kissed them, and they awakened. 'Ah, is it you, little Moonbeam?' they said, and they nestled in the grass which the lambs had left uncropped. A shepherd lay upon a broad stone on the hillside. Above him spread an olive tree, old, ragged, and gloomy, but now it swayed its rusty branches majestically in the shifting air of night. The shepherd's name was Benoni. Wearied with long watching, he had fallen asleep. His crook had slipped from his hand. Upon the hillside, too, slept the shepherd's flock. I had counted them again and again. I had stolen across their gentle faces, and brought them pleasant dreams of green pastures and of cool water brooks. I had kissed old Benoni, too, as he lay slumbering there, and in his dreams he seemed to see Israel's king come upon earth, and in his dreams he murmured the promised Messiah's name. 'Ah, is it you, little Moonbeam?' quoth the violets. 'You have come in good time.
Nestle here with us and see wonderful things come to pass." "What are these wonderful things of which you speak?" I asked. "We heard the old olive tree telling of them tonight," said the violets. "Do not go to sleep, little violets," said the old olive tree, "for this is Christmas night, and the Master shall walk upon the hillside in the glory of the midnight hour." So we waited and watched. One by one the lambs fell asleep. One by one the stars peeped out. The shepherd nodded and crooned and nodded, and at last he too went fast asleep, and his crook slipped from his keeping. Then we called to the old olive tree yonder, asking how soon the midnight hour would come, but all the old olive tree answered was, "Presently, presently." And finally we too fell asleep, wearied by our long watching and lulled by the rocking and swaying of the old olive tree in the breezes of the night. "But who is this Master?" I asked. "A child, a little child," they answered. "He is called the Little Master by the others. He comes here often and plays among the flowers of the hillside. Sometimes the lambs, gambolling too carelessly, have crushed and bruised us so that we lie bleeding and are like to die. But the Little Master heals our wounds and refreshes us once again." I marveled much to hear these things. "The midnight hour is at hand," said I, "and I will abide with you to see this little Master of whom you speak." So we nestled among the verdure of the hillside and sang songs one to another. "Come away," called the night wind. "I know a beauteous sea not far hence, upon whose bosom you shall float, float, float away out into the mists and clouds if you will come with me." But I hid under the violets and amid the tall grass that the night wind might not woo me with its pleading. "Ho there, old olive tree," cried the violets. "Do you see the Little Master coming? Is not the midnight hour at hand?" "I can see the town yonder," said the old olive tree. "A star beams bright over Bethlehem. The iron gates swing open, and the Little Master comes." 2 children came to the hillside. The one, older than his comrade, was Demas, the son of Benoni. He was rugged and sinewy, and over his brown shoulders was flung a goat skin. A leathern cap did not confine his long, dark, curly hair. The other child was he whom they called the Little Master. About his slender form clung raiment, white as snow, and around his face of heavenly innocence fell curls of golden yellow. So beautiful a child I had not seen before, nor have I ever since seen such as he. And as they came together to the hillside, there seemed to glow about the Little Master's head a soft white light, as if the moon had sent its tenderest, fairest beams to kiss those golden curls. "What sound was that?" cried Demas, for he was exceeding fearful. "Have no fear, Demas," said the Little Master. "Give me thy hand, and I will lead thee." Presently they came to the rock whereon Benoni, the shepherd, lay, and they stood under the old olive tree. And the old olive tree swayed no longer in the night wind, but bent its branches reverently in the presence of the Little Master. It seemed as if the wind, too, stayed in its shifting course just then, for suddenly there was a solemn hush, and you could hear no noise, except that in his dreams Benoni spoke the Messiah's name. "Thy father sleeps," said the little master, "and it is well that it is so. For that I love thee, Demas, and that thou shalt walk with me in my Father's kingdom, I would show thee the glories of my birthright." Then all at once sweet music filled the air, and light, greater than the light of day, illumined the sky and fell upon all that hillside. The heavens opened, and angels singing joyous songs walked to the earth. More wondrous still, the stars, falling from their places in the sky, clustered upon the old olive tree, and swung hither and thither like colored lanterns. The flowers of the hillside all awakened, and they too danced and sang. The angels coming hither hung gold and silver and jewels and precious stones upon the old olive, where swung the stars, so that the glory of that sight, though I might live forever, I shall never see again. When Demas heard and saw these things, he fell upon his knees, and catching the hem of the little master's garment, he kissed it. "Greater joy than this shall be thine, Demas," said the little master. "But first must all things be fulfilled." All through that Christmas night did the angels come and go with their sweet anthems. All through that Christmas night did the stars dance and sing, and when it came my time to steal away, the hillside was still beautiful with the glory and the music of heaven. "Well, is that all?" asked the old clock. "No," said the Moonbeam, "but I am nearly done." The years went on. Sometimes I tossed upon the ocean's bosom, sometimes I scampered o'er a battlefield, sometimes I lay upon a dead child's face. I heard the voices of darkness and mothers' lullabies and sick men's prayers, and so the years went on. I fell one night upon a hard and furrowed face. It was of ghostly pallor. A thief was dying on the cross, and this was his wretched face. About the cross stood men with staves and swords and spears, but none paid heed unto the thief. Somewhat beyond this cross another was lifted up, and upon it was stretched a human body my light fell not upon. But I heard a voice that somewhere I had heard before, though where I did not know. And this voice blessed those that railed and jeered and shamefully entreated. And suddenly the voice called, "Demas, Demas." And the thief upon whose hardened face I rested made answer. Then I saw that it was Demas. Yet to this wicked criminal there remained but little of the shepherd child whom I had seen in all his innocence upon the hillside. Long years of sinful life had seared their marks into his face. Yet now, at the sound of that familiar voice, somewhat of the old-time boyish look came back, and in the yearning of the anguished eyes, I seemed to see the shepherd's son again. "The master!" cried Demas. And he stretched forth his neck that he might see him that spake. O Demas, how art thou changed! Cried the master. Yet there was in his voice no tone of rebuke, save that which cometh of love. Then Demas wept, and in that hour he forgot his pain. And the master's consoling voice and the master's presence there wrought in the dying criminal such a new spirit, that when at last his head fell upon his bosom, and the men about the cross said that he was dead, it seemed as if I shined not upon a felon's face, but upon the face of the gentle shepherd lad, the son of Benoni. And shining on that dead and peaceful face, I bethought me of the little master's words that he had spoken under the old olive tree upon the hillside. Your eyes behold the promised glory now, O Demas, I whispered. For with the master you walk in paradise.
Ah, little dear my soul, you know, whereof the Moonbeam spake. The shepherd's bones are dust, the flocks are scattered, the old olive tree is gone, the flowers of the hillside are withered, and none knoweth where the grave of Demas is made. But last night, again, there shined a star over Bethlehem, and the angels descended from the sky to earth, and the stars sang together in glory. And the bells, hear them, little dear my soul? How sweetly they are ringing! The bells bear us the good tidings of great joy this Christmas morning, that our Christ is born, and that with him he bringeth peace on earth and goodwill toward men. End of section number 4. First published in 1888. Recording by The Story Girl.
Chapter 5 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DebK. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Devil's Christmas. Published in 1888. It befell that on a time ye devil did walk to and fro upon ye earth, having in his mind full evil cogitations how that he might do despite. For of such nature is ye devil, and ever hath been, that continually doth he go about among men, being so dispositioned that it sufficeth him not that men should of their own frowardness, and by cause of their guile born in them, turn unto his wickedness, but rather that he should by his cruel artifices and diabolical machinations tempt them at all times and upon every hand to do his fiendly pleasance. But it was so fortuned that this time wherein ye devil so walked upon ye earth was ye Christmas time. And wit ye well that how evil soever ye heart of man been at other seasons, it is to filled at ye Christmas time with charity and love, like as if it had been sanctified by ye exceeding holiness of that feast. Leastwise, this much we know, that whereas at other times envy and worldliness do prevail, for a verity our natures are touched at ye Christmas time as by ye hand of divinity, and conditioned for merciful deeds unto our fellow kind. Right wroth was ye devil therefore, when that he knew this been ye Christmas time. And as rage doth often confirm in ye human heart an evil purpose, so was ye devil now more diabolically minded to work his unclean will. And full heedlessly fell he to roar and lash his ribald legs with his poison tail. But ye devil did presently conceive that naught might he accomplish by this means, since that men, affrighted by his roaring and astonied by ye fumes of brimstone and ye sulphur flames issuing from his mouth, would flee therefrom, Whereas by subtle craft, and by words of spacious guile, it more frequently befalls that ye devil seduceth men, and lureth them into his toils. So then ye devil did in a little season feign to be in a full pleasant mind, and of sweet purpose. And when that he had girt him about with an hermit's cloak, so that none might see his cloven feet and his poisoned tail, right briskly did he fare him on his journey, and he did sing ye well a pleasant tune, like he had been full of joyous contentation. Now it befell that presently in his journey he did meet with a friar, Dan Dennis, an holy man that fared him to a neighbouring town for deeds of charity and godliness. Unto him spake ye devil full courteously, and required of him that he might bear his company. To which ye friar gave answer in seemingly wise, that if so be that he been of friendly disposition, he would make him joy of his companionship and conversation. Then, whiles that they journeyed together, began ye devil to discourse of theologies and hidden mysteries, and of conjurations, and of necromancy, and of magic, and of Chaldee, and of astrology, and of chemistry, and of other occult and forbidden sciences, wherein ye devil and all that ply his damnable art are mightily learned and practised. Now wit ye well that this friar, being an holy man and a simple, and having an eye single to ye blessed work of his calling, was presently mightily troubled in his mind by ye artifices of ye devil, and his heart began to waver and to be filled with miserable doubtings. For knowing nothing of ye things whereof ye devil spake, he could not make answer thereto, nor, being of godly cogitation and practice, had he ye confutations wherewith to meet ye abominable argumentations of ye fiend. Yet, and now shall I tell you of a special providence, it did fortune, whiles yet ye devil discoursed in this profane wise, it was vouchsafed ye unto ye friar a certain power to resist ye evil that environed him. For of a sudden he did cast his doubtings and his misgivings to ye winds, and did fall upon ye devil, and did buffet him full sore, crying, Thou art ye devil, get thee gone. And ye friar plucked ye cloak from ye devil, and saw ye cloven feet, and ye poisoned tail, and straightway ye devil ran roaring away. But ye friar fared upon his journey, for that he had had a successful issue from this grievous temptation, with thanksgiving and praise. Next came ye devil into a town wherein were many people going to and fro upon works of charity, and doing righteous practices. And sorely did it repent ye devil when that he saw ye people bent upon ye giving of alms and ye doing of charitable deeds. Therefore with mighty diligence did ye devil apply himself to poison ye minds of ye people, shewing unto them in artful wise how that by idleness or by righteous dispensation had ye poor become poor, and that, such being ye will of God, it was an evil and rebellious thing against God to seek to minister consolation unto these poor peoples. Such like spacious arguments did ye devil use to gain his diabolical ends. But by means of grace wherein none then knew ye source, these men and these women unto whom ye devil spake his heinous heresies, presently discovered force to withstand these fiendly temptations, and to continue in their Christianly practices, to ye glory of their faith and to the ye benefit of ye needy, but to the ye exceeding discomfiture of ye devil. For ye which discomfiture I do give hearty thanks, and so also shall all of you, if so be that your hearts within you be of rightful disposition. All that day long fared ye devil to and fro among ye people of ye town, but none could he bring into his hellish ways of cogitation. Nor do I count this to be a marvellous thing, for, as I myself have herein shewn, and as each of us doth truly know, how can there be a place for ye devil upon ye earth during this Christmas time, when in ye very air that we breathe abideth a certain love and concord sent of heaven for the control and edification of mankind, filling human hearts with peace, and inclining human hands to be delectable and blessed employments of charity. Nay, but you shall know that all this very season whereof I speak ye holy Christ-child himself did follow ye devil upon earth, for fending the cruel evils which ye devil fain would do, and girding with confidence and love ye else frail natures of men. Soothly it is known of common report among you that when ye Christmas season comes upon ye earth, there cometh with it also a spirit of our Christ himself, that in ye similitude of a little child descendeth from heaven and walketh among men. And if so be that by any chance ye devil is minded to issue from his foul pit at such a time, wit ye well that wheresoever ye fiend fareth to do his diabolical pleasance, there also close at hand followeth ye gentle Christ-child, so that ye devil, try how hard soever he may, hath no power at such a time over the hearts of men. Nay, but you shall know furthermore that of such sweet quality and of so great efficacy is this heavenly spirit of charity at ye Christmas season, that oftentimes is ye devil himself made to do a kindly deed. So at this time of ye which I you tell, ye devil walking upon ye earth with evil purpose, became finally overcome by ye gracious desire to give an alms. But none alms had ye devil to give, sith it is wisely ordained that ye devil's offices shall be confined to his domain. Right grievously tormented therefore was ye devil, in that he had naught of alms to bestow. But when presently he did meet with a beggar child that besought him charity, ye devil whipped out a knife and cut off his own tail, which tail ye devil gave to ye beggar child, for he had naught else to give for a little trinket toy to make merry with. Now wit ye well that this poisoned instrument brought no evil to ye beggar child, for by a sudden miracle it been changed into a flower of gold, yea, which gave great joy unto ye beggar child, and unto all them that saw this miracle how that it had been wrought, but not by ye devil. Then returned ye devil unto his pit of fire. And since that day whereupon befell this thing of which I speak, ye devil hath had none tail at all. As you that hath seen, ye same shall truly testify. But all that day long walked ye Christ-child upon ye earth, unseen to ye people, but touching their hearts with his sweet love, and turning their hands to charity. And all felt that ye Christ-child was with them. So it was pleasant to do ye Christ-child's will, to succor ye needy, to comfort ye afflicted, and to lift up ye oppressed. Most pleasant of all was it to make merry with ye little children, sithence of such is ye kingdom whence ye Christ-child cometh. Behold, ye season is again at hand. Once more ye snows of winter lie upon all ye earth, and all Christiancy is arrayed to the holy feast. Presently shall ye star burn with exceeding brightness in ye east, ye skies shall be full of sweet music, ye angels shall descend to earth with singing, and ye bells, ye joyous Christmas bells, shall tell us of ye babe that was born in Bethlehem. Come to us now, O gentle Christ-child, and walk among us peoples of ye earth, and wheel us round about with thy protecting care. Forfend all envious thoughts and evil deeds. Touch thou our hearts with the glory of thy love, and quicken us to the practices of peace, goodwill, and charity meet for thy approval and acceptation. Published in 1888. End of The Devil's Christmas. Recording by DebK.
Section 6 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Mountain and the Sea. Once upon a time the air, the mountain, and the sea lived undisturbed upon all the earth. The mountain alone was immovable. He stood always here upon his rocky foundation, and the sea rippled and foamed at his feet, while the air danced freely over his head and about his grim face. It came to pass that both the sea and the air loved the mountain, but the mountain loved the sea. "Dance on forever, O air," said the mountain. "Dance on and sing your merry songs. But I love the gentle sea, who in sweet humility crouches at my feet, or playfully dashes her white spray against my brown bosom." Now the sea was full of joy when she heard these words, and her thousand voices sang softly with delight. But the air was filled with rage and jealousy, and she swore a terrible revenge. "The mountain shall not wed the sea," muttered the envious air. "Enjoy your triumph while you may, O slumberous sister. I will steal you from your haughty lover." And it came to pass that ever after that the air each day caught up huge parts of the sea and sent them floating forever through the air in the shape of clouds. So each day the sea receded from the feet of the mountain, and her tuneful waves played no more around his majestic base. "Whither art thou going, my love?" cried the mountain in dismay. She is false to thee, laughed the air mockingly. She is going to another love far away. But the mountain would not believe it. He towered his head aloft and cried more beseechingly than before, "O whither art thou going, my beloved? I do not hear thy sweet voice, nor do thy soft white arms compass me about." Then the sea cried out in an agony of helpless love, but the mountain heard her not, for the air refused to bring the words she said. "She is false," whispered the air. "I alone am true to thee." But the mountain believed her not. Day after day he reared his massive head aloft and turned his honest face to the receding sea and begged her to return. Day after day the sea threw up her snowy arms and uttered the wildest lamentations, but the mountain heard her not. And day by day the sea receded farther and farther from the mountain's base. Where she once had spread her fair surface appeared fertile plains and verdant groves, all peopled with living things, whose voices the air brought to the mountain's ears, in the hope that they might distract the mountain from his mourning. But the mountain would not be comforted. He lifted his sturdy head aloft, and his sorrowing face was turned ever toward the fleeting object of his love. Hills, valleys, forests, plains, and other mountains separated them now, but over and beyond them all he could see was her fair face lifted pleadingly toward him, while her white arms tossed wildly to and fro. But he did not know what words she said, for the envious air would not bear her messages to him. Then many ages came and went, until now the sea was far distant, so very distant that the mountain could not behold her. Nay, had he been 10,000 times as lofty, he could not have seen her. She was so far away. But still, as of old, the mountain stood with his majestic head high in the sky, and his face turned whither he had seen her fading like a dream away. Come back, O my beloved, he cried and cried. And the sea, 1,000 miles or more away, still thought forever of the mountain. Vainly she peered over the western horizon for a glimpse of his proud head and honest face. The horizon was dark. Her lover was far beyond. Forests, plains, hills, valleys, rivers, and other mountains intervened. Her watching was as hopeless as her love. She is false, whispered the air to the mountain. She is false, and she has gone to another lover. I alone am true. But the mountain believed her not. And one day clouds came floating through the sky and hovered over the mountain's crest. Who art thou? Cried the mountain. Who art thou, that thou fillest me with such a subtle consolation? Thy breath is like my beloved's, and thy kisses are like her kisses. We come from the sea, answered the clouds. She loves thee, and she has sent us to bid thee be courageous, for she will come back to thee. Then the clouds covered the mountains and bathed him with the glory of the sea's true love. The air raged furiously, but all in vain. Even after the clouds came each day with love messages from the sea, and oftentimes the clouds bore back to the distant sea the tender words the mountain spoke. And so the ages come and go, the mountain rearing his giant head aloft, and his brown, honest face turned whither the sea departed. The sea stretching forth her arms to the distant mountain, and repeating his dear name with her 1,000 voices. Stand on the beach and look upon the sea's majestic calm, and hear her murmurings, or see her when, in the frenzy of her hopeless love, she surges wildly and tosses her white arms and shrieks. Then you will know how the sea loves the distant mountain. The mountain is old and sere. The storms have beaten upon his breast, and great scars and seams and wrinkles are on his sturdy head and honest face. But he towers majestically aloft, and he looks always toward the distant sea and waits for her promised coming. And so the ages come and go, but love is eternal. End of section 6. First published in 1886.
Section number 7 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by The Story Girl. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Robin and the Violet. Once upon a time, a robin lived in the greenwood. Of all the birds, his breast was the brightest, his music was the sweetest, and his life was the merriest. Every morning and evening he perched himself among the berries of the linden tree, and caroled a song that made the whole forest joyous. And all day long he fluttered among the flowers and shrubbery of the wildwood, and twittered gaily to the brooks, the ferns, and the lichens. A violet grew among the mosses at the foot of the linden tree where lived the robin. She was so very tiny and so very modest that few knew there was such a pretty little creature in the world. Withal, she was so beautiful and so gentle that those who knew the violet loved her very dearly. The south wind came wooing the violet. He danced through the shrubbery and ferns, and lingered on the velvet moss where the little flower grew. But when he kissed her pretty face and whispered to her, she hung her head and said, "No, no, it cannot be."
"Nay, little violet, do not be so cruel,"
pleaded the south wind.
"Let me bear you as my bride away to my splendid home in the south, where all is warmth and sunshine always."
But the violet kept repeating, "No, it cannot be. No, it cannot be." Till at last the south wind stole away with a very heavy heart. And the rose exclaimed in an outburst of disgustful indignation, "What a foolish violet! How silly of her to refuse such a wooer as the south wind, who has a beautiful home and a patrimony of eternal warmth and sunshine." But the violet, as soon as the south wind had gone, looked up at the robin perched in the linden tree and singing his clear song, and it seemed as if she blushed, and as if she were thrilled with a great emotion as she beheld him. But the robin did not see the violet. His eyes were turned the other way, and he sang to the clouds in the sky. The brook o'erleapt its banks one day, and straying toward the linden tree, it was amazed at the loveliness of the violet. Never had it seen any flower half so beautiful.
"Oh, come and be my bride," cried the brook. "I am young and small now, but presently you shall see me grow to be a mighty river, whose course no human power can direct, and whose force nothing can resist. Cast thyself upon my bosom, sweet violet, and let us float together to that great destiny which awaits me."
But the violet shuddered and recoiled and said, "Nay, nay, impetuous brook, I will not be your bride." So with many murmurs and complaints, the brook crept back to its jealous banks and resumed its devious and prattling way to the sea. "Bless me!" cried the daisy. "Only to think of that silly violet's refusing the brook. Was there ever another such piece of folly? Where else is there a flower that would not have been glad to go upon such a wonderful career? Oh, how short-sighted some folks are!" But the violet paid no heed to these words. She looked steadfastly up into the foliage of the linden tree, where the robin was carolling. The robin did not see the violet. He was singing to the tops of the fir trees over yonder. The days came and went. The robin sang and fluttered in the greenwood, and the violet bided among the mosses at the foot of the linden. And although the violet's face was turned always upward to where the robin perched and sang, the robin never saw the tender little flower. One day a huntsman came through the greenwood, and an arrow from his cruel bow struck the robin and pierced his heart. The robin was caroling in the linden, but his song was ended suddenly, and the innocent bird fell dying from the tree.
"Oh, it's only a robin," said the huntsman, and with a careless laugh he went on his way.
The robin lay upon the mosses at the foot of the linden, close beside the violet. But he neither saw nor heard anything, for his life was nearly gone. The violet tried to bind his wound and stay the flow of his heart's blood, but her tender services were vain. The robin died without having seen her sweet face or heard her gentle voice. Then the other birds of the greenwood came to mourn over their dead friend. The moles and the mice dug a little grave and laid the robin in it, after which the birds brought lichens and leaves and covered the dead body, and heaped earth over all, and made a great lamentation. But when they went away, the violet remained, and after the sun had set, and the greenwood all was dark, the violet bent over the robin's grave and kissed it, and sang to the dead robin. And the violet watched by the robin's grave for weeks and months, her face pressed forward toward that tiny mound, and her gentle voice always singing softly and sweetly about the love she never had dared to tell. Often after that, the south wind and the brook came wooing her, but she never heard them, or if she heard them, she did not answer. The vine that lived near the chestnut yonder said the violet was greatly changed, that from being a merry, happy thing, she'd grown sad and reticent. She used to hold up her head as proudly as the others, but now she seemed broken and weary. The shrubs and flowers talked it all over many and many a time, but none of them could explain the violet's strange conduct. It was autumn now, and the greenwood was not what it had been. The birds had flown elsewhere to be the guests of the storks during the winter months. The rose had run away to be the bride of the south wind, and the daisy had wedded the brook, and was taking a bridal tour to the seaside watering places. But the violet still lingered in the greenwood, and kept her vigil at the grave of the robin. She was pale and drooping, but still she watched and sang over the spot where her love lay buried. Each day she grew weaker and paler. The oak begged her to come and live among the warm lichens that protected him from the icy breath of the Storm King. But the violet chose to watch and sing over the robin's grave. One morning, after a night of exceeding darkness and frost, the boisterous north wind came trampling through the greenwood. "I have come for the violet," he cried. "She would not have my fair brother, but she must go with me, whether it pleases her or not." But when he came to the foot of the linden tree, his anger was changed to compassion. The violet was dead, and she lay upon the robin's grave. Her gentle face rested close to the little mound, as if, in her last moment, the faithful flower had stretched forth her lips to kiss the dust that covered her beloved. End of section number 7. First published in 1884. Recording by The Story Girl.
Chapter 8 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DebK. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Oak Tree and the Ivy. Published 1886. In the greenwood stood a mighty oak. So majestic was he that all who came that way paused to admire his strength and beauty, and all the other trees of the greenwood acknowledged him to be their monarch. Now it came to pass that the ivy loved the oak tree, and inclining her graceful tendrils where he stood, she crept about his feet and twined herself around his sturdy and knotted trunk. And the oak tree pitied the ivy. "Oh ho!" he cried, laughing boisterously but good-naturedly. "Oh ho! So you love me, do you, little vine? Very well, then, play about my feet, and I will keep the storms from you, and will tell you the pretty stories about the clouds, the birds, and the stars." The ivy marveled greatly at the strange stories the oak tree told. They were stories the oak tree heard from the wind that loitered about his lofty head and whispered to the leaves of his topmost branches. Sometimes the story was about the great ocean in the east, sometimes of the broad prairies in the west, sometimes of the Ice King who lived in the north, and sometimes of the Flower Queen who dwelt in the south. Then, too, the moon told a story to the oak tree every night, or at least every night that she came to the greenwood, which was very often, for the greenwood is a very charming spot, as we all know. And the oak tree repeated to the ivy every story the moon told, and every song the stars sang. "Pray, what are the winds saying now?" Or, "What song is that I hear?" the ivy would ask. And then the oak tree would repeat the story or the song, and the ivy would listen in great wonderment. Whenever the storms came, the oak tree cried to the little ivy, "Cling close to me, and no harm shall befall you. See how strong I am. The tempest does not so much as stir me. I mock its fury." Then, seeing how strong and brave he was, the ivy hugged him closely. His brown, rugged breast protected her from every harm, and she was secure. The years went by. How quickly they flew! Spring, summer, winter, and then again spring, summer, winter. Ah, life was short in the greenwood as elsewhere. And now the ivy was no longer a weakly little vine to excite the pity of the passer-by. Her 1,000 beautiful arms had twined hither and thither about the oak tree, covering his brown and knotted trunk, shooting forth a bright, delicious foliage and stretching far up among his lower branches. Then the oak tree's pity grew into love for the ivy, and the ivy was filled with a great joy. And the oak tree and the ivy were wed on June night, and there was a wonderful celebration in the greenwood. And there was most beautiful music, in which the pine trees, the crickets, the katydids, the frogs, and the nightingales joined with pleasing harmony. The oak tree was always good and gentle to the ivy. "There is a storm coming over the hills," he would say. "The east wind tells me so. The swallows fly low in the air, and the sky is dark. Cling close to me, my beloved, and no harm shall befall you." Then, confidently, with an always growing love, the ivy would cling more closely to the oak tree, and no harm came to her. "How good the oak tree is to the ivy," said the other trees of the greenwood. The ivy heard them, and she loved the oak tree more and more. And although the ivy was now the most umbrageous and luxuriant vine in all of the greenwood, the oak tree regarded her still as the tender little thing he had laughingly called to his feet that spring day many years before. the same little ivy he had told about the stars, the clouds, and the birds. And just as patiently as in those days he had told her of these things, he now repeated other tales that the winds whispered to his topmost boughs, tales of the ocean in the east, the prairies in the west, the ice king in the north, and the flower queen in the south. Nestling upon his brave breast and in his stout arms, the ivy heard him tell these wondrous things, and she never wearied with the listening. "How the oak tree loves her!" said the ash. "The lazy vine has naught to do but twine herself about the arrogant oak tree, and hear him tell his wondrous stories." The ivy heard these envious words, and they made her very sad. But she said nothing of them to the oak tree, and that night the oak tree rocked her to sleep as he repeated the lullaby a zephyr was singing to him. "There is a storm coming over the hills," said the oak tree one day. "The east wind tells me so. The swallows fly low in the air, and the sky is dark. Clasp me round about with thy dear arms, my beloved, and nestle close into my bosom, and no harm shall befall thee." "I have no fear," murmured the ivy, and she clasped her arms most closely about him, and nestled unto his bosom. The storm came over the hills and swept down upon the greenwood with deafening thunder and vivid lightning. The Storm King himself rode upon the blast. His horses breathed flames, and his chariot trailed through the air like a serpent of fire. The ash fell before the violence of the Storm King's fury, and the cedars groaning fell, and the hemlocks and the pines, but the oak tree alone quailed not. "Oh ho!" cried the Storm King angrily. "The oak tree does not bow to me. He does not tremble in my presence. Well, we shall see." With that the Storm King hurled a mighty thunderbolt at the oak tree, and the brave strong monarch of the greenwood was riven. Then, with a shout of triumph, the Storm King rode away. "Dear oak tree, you are riven by the Storm King's thunderbolt!" cried the ivy, in English. "Aye," said the oak tree feebly, "my end has come. See, I am shattered and helpless." "But I am unhurt," remonstrated the ivy, "and I will bind up your wounds and nurse you back to health and vigor." And so it was that, although the oak tree was ever afterward a riven and broken thing, the ivy concealed the scars upon his shattered form, and covered his wounds all over with her soft foliage. "I had hoped, dear one," she said, "to grow up to thy height, to live with thee among the clouds, and to hear the solemn voices thou didst hear. Thou wouldst have left me better then?" But the old oak tree said, "Nay, nay, my beloved, I love thee better as thou art, for with thy beauty and thy love thou comfortest mine age." Then would the ivy tell quaint stories to the old and broken oak tree, stories she had learned from the crickets, the bees, the butterflies, and the mice when she was an humble little vine and played at the foot of the majestic oak tree towering in the greenwood, with no thought of the tiny shoot that crept toward him with her love. And these simple tales pleased the old and riven oak tree. They were not as heroic as the tales of the winds, the clouds, and the stars told, but they were far sweeter, for they were tales of contentment, of humility, of love. So the old age of the oak tree was grander than his youth, and all who went through the greenwood paused to behold and admire the beauty of the oak tree then, for about his seared and broken trunk the gentle vine had so entwined her graceful tendrils and spread her fair foliage, that one saw not the havoc of the years nor the ruin of the tempest, but only the glory of the oak tree's age, which was the ivy's love and ministering. End of The Oak Tree and the Ivy, published in 1886. Recording by DebK.
Section 9 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Margaret, a Pearl. 1887. In a certain part of the sea, very many leagues from here, there once lived a large family of oysters, noted for their beauty and size. But among them was one so small, so feeble, and so ill-looking as to excite the pity, if not the contempt, of all the others. The father, a venerable bearded oyster, of august appearance and solemn deportment, was much mortified that one of his family should happen to be so sickly, and he sent for all the doctors in the sea to come and treat her. From which circumstance you are to note that doctors are an evil to be met with not alone upon terra firma. The first to come was Dr. Porpoise, a gentleman of the old school, who floundered around in a very important manner, and was full of imposing ceremonies. "Let me look at your tongue," said Dr. Porpoise, stroking his beard with one fin impressively. "Ahem! Somewhat coated, I see. And your pulse is far from normal. No appetite, I presume? Yes, my dear, your system is sadly out of order. You need medicine." The little oyster hated medicine, so she cried. Yes, she actually shed cold, briny tears at the very thought of taking old Dr. Porpoise's prescriptions. But the father oyster and the mother oyster chided her sternly. They said that the medicine would be nice and sweet, and that the little oyster would like it. But the little oyster knew better than all that. Yes, she knew a thing or two, even though she was only a little oyster. Now Dr. Porpoise put a plaster on the little oyster's chest and a blister at her feet. He bade her eat nothing but a tiny bit of sea foam on toast twice a day. Every 2 hours she was to take a spoonful of cod-liver oil, and before each meal a wine-glassful of the essence of distilled cuttlefish. The plaster she didn't mind, but the blister and the cod-liver oil were terrible, and when it came to the essence of distilled cuttlefish, well, she just couldn't stand it. In vain her mother reasoned with her, and promised her a new doll, and a skipping rope, and a lot of other nice things. The little oyster would have none of the horrid drug, until at last her father, abandoning his dignity in order to maintain his authority, had to hold her down by main strength and pour the medicine into her mouth. This was, as you will allow, quite dreadful. But this treatment did the little oyster no good, and her parents made up their minds that they would send for another doctor, and one of a different school. Fortunately, they were in a position to indulge in almost any expense, since the father oyster himself was president of one of the largest banks of Newfoundland. So Dr. Sculpin came with his neat little medicine box under his arm, and when he had looked at the sick little oyster's tongue, and had taken her temperature, and had felt her pulse, he said he knew what ailed her, but he did not tell anybody what it was. He threw away the plasters, the blisters, the cod-liver oil, and the essence of distilled cuttlefish, and said it was a wonder that the poor child had lived through it all. "Will you please bring me 2 tumblerfuls of water?" he remarked to the mother oyster. The mother oyster scuttled away, and soon returned with 2 conch shells filled to the brim with pure, clear sea-water. Dr. Sculpin counted 3 grains of white sand into one shell, and 3 grains of yellow sand into the other shell, with great care. "Now," he said to the mother oyster, "I have numbered these 1 and 2. First you are to give the patient 10 drops out of number 2, and in an hour after that 8 drops out of number 1. The next hour 8 drops out of number 2, and the next, or 4th hour, 10 drops out of number 1. And so you are to continue hour by hour until the medicine or the child gives out." "Tell me, doctor," asked the mother, "shall she continue the food suggested by Dr. Porpoise?" "What food did he recommend?" inquired Dr. Sculpin. "Sea foam on toast," answered the mother. Dr. Sculpin smiled a smile which seemed to suggest that Dr. Porpoise's ignorance was really quite annoying. "My dear madam," said Dr. Sculpin, "the diet suggested by that quack, Porpoise, passed out of the books years ago. Give the child toast on sea foam if you wish to build up her debilitated forces." Now the sick little oyster did not object to this treatment. On the contrary, she liked it, but it did her no good. And one day, when she was feeling very dry, she drank both tumblerfuls of medicine, and it did not do her any harm, neither did it cure her. She remained the same sick little oyster, oh, so sick! This pained her parents very much. They did not know what to do. They took her travelling. They gave her into the care of the eel for electric treatment. They sent her to the Gulf Stream for warm baths. They tried everything, but to no avail. The sick little oyster remained a sick little oyster, and there was an end of it. At last, one cruel, fatal day, a horrid, fierce-looking machine was poked down from the surface of the water far above, and with slow but intrepid movement began exploring every nook and crevice of the oyster village. There was not a family into which it did not intrude, nor a home circle whose sanctity it did not ruthlessly invade. It scraped along the great mossy rock, and lo, with a monstrous scratchy to scratch, the mother oyster and the father oyster and hundreds of other oysters were torn from their resting places and borne aloft in a very jumbled and very frightened condition by the impertinent machine. Then down it came again, and the sick little oyster was among the number of those who were seized by the horrid monster this time. She found herself raised to the top of the sea, and all at once she was bumped in a boat, where she lay, puny and helpless, on a pile of other oysters. 2 men were handling the fierce-looking machine. A little boy sat in the stern of the boat watching the huge pile of oysters. He was a pretty little boy, with bright eyes and long tangled hair. He wore no hat, and his feet were bare and brown. "What a funny little oyster," said the boy, picking up the sick little oyster. "It's no bigger than my thumb, and it is very pale." "Throw it away," said one of the men. "Like as not it is bad and not fit to eat." "No, keep it and send it out west for a blue point," said the other man. What a heartless wretch he was! But the little boy had already thrown the sick little oyster overboard. She fell in shallow water, and the rising tide carried her still farther towards shore, until she lodged against an old gum-boot that lay half buried in the sand. There were no other oysters in sight. Her head ached, and she was very weak. How lonesome, too, she was! Yet anything was better than being eaten. At least, so thought the little oyster, and so, I presume, think you. For many weeks and many months the sick little oyster lay hard by the old gum-boot, and in that time she made many acquaintances and friends among the crabs, the lobsters, the fiddlers, the starfish, the waves, the shells, and the gay little fishes of the ocean. They did not harm her, for they saw that she was sick. They pitied her, some loved her. The one that loved her most was the perch, with green fins, that attended school every day in the academic shade of the big rocks in the quiet cove about a mile away. He was very gentle and attentive, and every afternoon he brought fresh, cool sea-foam for the sick oyster to eat. He told her pretty stories, too, stories which his grandmother, the venerable codfish, had told him of the sea-king, the mermaids, the pixies, the water-sprites, and other fantastically beautiful dwellers in ocean depths. Now, while all this was very pleasant, the sick little oyster knew that the perch's wooing was hopeless, for she was very ill and helpless, and could never think of becoming a burden upon one so young and so promising as the gallant perch with green fins. But when she spoke to him in this strain, he would not listen. He kept right on bringing her more and more cool sea-foam every day. The old gum-boot was quite a motherly creature, and anon the sick little oyster became very much attached to her. Many times, as the little invalid rested her aching head affectionately on the instep of the old gum-boot, the old gum-boot told her stories of the world beyond the sea, how she had been born in a mighty forest, and how proud her folks were of their family tree, how she had been taken from that forest and moulded into the shape she now bore, how she had graced and served afoot in amphibious capacities, until, at last, having seen many things and having travelled much, she had been cast off and hurled into the sea to be the scorn of every crab and the derision of every fish. These stories were all new to the little oyster, and amazing too. She knew only of the sea, having lived there in all her life. She in turn told the old gum-boot quaint legends of the ocean, the simple tales she had heard in her early home, and there was a sweetness and a simplicity in these stories of the deep that charmed the old gum-boot, shrivelled and hardened and pessimistic though she was. Yet in spite of it all, the kindness, the care, the amusements, and the devotion of her friends, the little oyster remained always a sick and fragile thing. But no one heard her complain, for she bore her suffering patiently. Not far from this beach, where the ocean ended its long travels, there was a city, and in this city there dwelt with her parents a maiden of the name of Margaret. From infancy she had been sickly, and although she had now reached the years of early womanhood, she could not run or walk about as others did, but she had to be wheeled hither and thither in a chair. This was very sad, yet Margaret was so gentle and uncomplaining that from aught she said you never would have thought her life was full of suffering. Seeing her helplessness, the sympathetic things of nature had compassion and were very good to Margaret. The sunbeams stole across her pathway everywhere, the grass clustered thickest and greenest where she went. The winds caressed her gently as they passed, and the birds loved to perch near her window and sing their prettiest songs. Margaret loved them all: the sunlight, the singing winds, the grass, the carolling birds. She communed with them, their wisdom inspired her life, and this wisdom gave her nature a rare beauty. Every pleasant day Margaret was wheeled from her home in the city down to the beach, and there for hours she would sit, looking out, far out upon the ocean, as if she were communing with the ocean spirits that lifted up their white arms from the restless waters and beckoned her to come. Oftentimes the children playing on the beach came where Margaret sat, and heard her tell little stories of the pebbles and the shells, of the ships away out at sea, of the ever-speeding gulls, of the grass, of the flowers, and of the other beautiful things of life. And so in time the children came to love Margaret. Among those who so often gathered to hear the gentle sick girl tell her pretty stories was a youth of Margaret's age, older than the others, a youth with sturdy frame, and a face full of candour and earnestness. His name was Edward, and he was a student in the city. He hoped to become a great scholar some time, and he toiled very zealously to that end. The patience, the gentleness, the sweet simplicity, the fortitude of the sick girl charmed him. He found in her little stories a quaint and beautiful philosophy he never yet had found in books. There was a valour in her life he never yet had read of in the histories. So every day she came and sat upon the beach, Edward came too, and with the children he heard Margaret's stories of the sea, the air, the grass, the birds, and the flowers. From her moist eyrie in the surf, the old gumboot descried the group upon the beach each pleasant day. Now the old gumboot had seen enough of the world to know a thing or two, as we presently shall see. "That tall young man is not a child," quoth the old gumboot, "yet he comes every day with the children to hear the sick girl tell her stories. Aha!" "Perhaps he is the doctor," suggested the little oyster, and then she added with a sigh, "But oh, I hope not." This suggestion seemed to amuse the old gumboot highly. At least she fell into such hysterical laughter that she sprung a leak near her little toe, which, considering her environments, was a serious mishap. "Unless I am greatly mistaken, my child," said the old gumboot to the little oyster, "that young man is in love with the sick girl." "Oh, how terrible!" said the little oyster, and she meant it too, for she was thinking of the gallant young perch with green fins. "Well, I've said it, and I mean it," continued the old gumboot. "Now just wait and see." The old gumboot had guessed right. So much for the value of worldly experience. Edward loved Margaret. To him she was the most beautiful, the most perfect being in the world. Her very words seemed to exalt his nature. Yet he never spoke to her of love. He was content to come with the children to hear her stories, to look upon her sweet face, and to worship her in silence. Was not that a very wondrous love? In course of time the sick girl Margaret became more interested in the little ones that thronged daily to hear her pretty stories, and she put her beautiful fancies into the little songs and quaint poems and tender legends, songs and poems and legends about the sea, the flowers, the birds, and the other beautiful creations of nature. And in all there was a sweet simplicity, a delicacy, a reverence, that bespoke Margaret's spiritual purity and wisdom. In this teaching, and marvelling ever at its beauty, Edward grew to manhood. She was his inspiration, yet he never spoke of love to Margaret. And so the years went by. Beginning with the children, the world came to know the sick girl's power. Her songs were sung in every home, and in every home her verses and her little stories were repeated. And so it was that Margaret came to be beloved of all. But he who loved her best spoke never of his love to her. And as these years went by, the sick little oyster lay in the sea, cuddled close to the old gumboot. She was wearier now than ever before, for there was no cure for her malady. The gallant perch with green fins was very sad, for his wooing had been hopeless. Still he was devoted, and still he came each day to the little oyster, bringing her cool sea foam and other delicacies of the ocean. Oh, how sick the little oyster was! But the end came at last. The children were on the beach one day waiting for Margaret, and they wondered that she did not come. Presently, grown restless, many of the boys scampered into the water and stood there, with their trousers rolled up, boldly daring the little waves that rippled up from the overflow of the surf. And one little boy happened upon the old gumboot. It was a great discovery. "See the old gumboot!" cried the boy, fishing it out of the water and holding it on high. "And here is a little oyster fastened to it. How funny!" The children gathered round the curious object on the beach. None of them had ever seen such a funny old gumboot, and surely none of them had ever seen such a funny little oyster. They tore the pale, knotted little thing from her foster-mother, and handled her with such rough curiosity that even had she been a robust oyster, she must certainly have died. At any rate, the little oyster was dead now, and the bereaved perch with green fins must have known it, for he swam up and down his native cove disconsolately. It befell in that same hour that Margaret lay upon her deathbed, and knowing that she had not long to live, she sent for Edward. And Edward, when he came to her, was filled with anguish, and clasping her hands in his, he told her of his love. Then Margaret answered him, "I knew it, dear one, and all the songs I have sung, and all the words I have spoken, and all the prayers I have made, have been with you, dear one, all with you in my heart of hearts." "You have purified and exalted my life," cried Edward. "You have been my best and sweetest inspiration. You have taught me the eternal truth. You are my beloved." And Margaret said, "Then in my weakness hath there been a wondrous strength, and from my sufferings cometh the glory I have sought." So Margaret died, and like a broken lily she lay upon her couch, and all the sweetness of her pure and gentle life seemed to come back and rest upon her face, and the songs she had sung and the beautiful stories she had told came back, too, on angel wings, and made sweet music in that chamber. The children were lingering on the beach when Edward came that day. He could hear them singing the songs Margaret had taught them. They wondered that he came alone. "See," cried one of the boys, running to meet him and holding the tiny shell in his hand. "See what we have found in this strange little shell. Is it not beautiful?" Edward took the dwarfed, misshapen thing, and lo, it held a beauteous pearl. "O little sister mine, let me look into your eyes and read an inspiration there. Let me hold your thin white hand, and know the strength of a philosophy more beautiful than human knowledge teaches. Let me see in your dear, patient little face, and hear in your gentle voice the untold valour of your suffering life. Come, little sister, let me fold you in my arms and have you ever with me, that in the glory of your faith and love I may walk the paths of wisdom and of peace." 1887. End of section 9.
Section 10 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Hernandez, Richmond, Virginia. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Springtime, 1885. A child once said to his grandsire, "Grandpa, what do the flowers mean when they talk to the old oak tree about death? I hear them talking every day, but I cannot understand. It is all very strange." The grandsire bade the child think no more of these things. The flowers were foolish prattlers. What right had they to put such notions into a child's head? But the child did not do his grandsire's bidding. He loved the flowers and the trees, and he went each day to hear them talk. It seems that the little vine down by the stone wall had overheard the south wind say to the rose bush, "You are proud, imperious beauty now, and will not listen to my suit. But wait till my boisterous brother comes from the north. Then you will droop and wither and die, all because you would not listen to me and fly with me to my home by the southern sea." These words set the little vine to thinking, and when she had thought for a long time, she spoke to the daisy about it, and the daisy called in to the violet, and the three little ones had a very serious conference. But having talked it all over, they came to the conclusion that it was as much of a mystery as ever. The old oak tree saw them. "You little folks seem very much puzzled about something," said the old oak tree. "I heard the south wind tell the rosebush that she would die," exclaimed the vine, "and we do not understand what it is. Can you tell us what it is to die?" The old oak tree smiled sadly. "I do not call it death," said the old oak tree. "I call it sleep. A long, restful, refreshing sleep." "How does it feel?" inquired the daisy, looking very full of astonishment and anxiety. "You must know," said the old oak tree, "that after many, many days, we all have had such merry times, and have bloomed so long, and drunk so heartily of the dew and sunshine, and eaten so much of the goodness of the earth, that we feel very weary, and we long for repose. Then a great wind comes out of the north, and we shiver in its icy blast. The sunshine goes away, and there is no dew for us, nor any nourishment in the earth, and we are glad to go to sleep." "Mercy on me," cried the vine. "I shall not like that at all." "What, leave this smiling meadow, and all the pleasant grass, and singing bees, and frolicsome butterflies? No, old oak tree, I would never go to sleep. I much prefer sporting with the winds and playing with my little friends, the daisy and the violet." "And I," said the violet, "I think it would be dreadful to go to sleep. What if we never should wake up again?" The suggestion struck the others dumb with terror, all but the old oak tree. "Have no fear of that," said the old oak tree, "for you are sure to awaken again, and when you have awakened, the new life will be sweeter and happier than the old." "What nonsense!" cried the thistle. "You children shouldn't believe a word of it. When you go to sleep, you die, and when you die, there's the last of you." The old oak tree reproved the thistle, but the thistle maintained his abominable heresy so stoutly that the little vine and the daisy and the violet were quite at a loss to know which of the two to believe, the old oak tree or the thistle. The child heard it all and was sorely puzzled. What was this death, this mysterious sleep? Would it come upon him, the child? And after he had slept a while, would he awaken? His grandsire would not tell him of these things. Perhaps his grandsire did not know. It was a long, long summer, full of sunshine and bird music, and the meadow was like a garden, and the old oak tree looked down upon the grass and flowers, and saw that no evil befell them. A long, long play day it was to the little vine, the daisy, and the violet. The crickets and the grasshoppers and the bumblebees joined in the sport, and romped and made music till it seemed like an endless carnival. Only every now and then the vine and her little flower friends talked with the old oak tree about that strange sleep and the promised awakening, and the thistle scoffed at the old oak tree's cheering words. The child was there and heard it all. One day the great wind came out of the north, hurry-scurry, back to their warm homes in the earth, and under the old stone wall scampered the crickets and bumblebees to go to sleep. Whir, whir. Oh, but how piercing the great wind was! How different from his amiable brother who had traveled all the way from the southern sea to kiss the flowers and woo the rose. "Well, this is the last of us," exclaimed the Thistle. "We're going to die, and that's the end of it all." "No, no," cried the old oak tree, "we shall not die. We are going to sleep. Here, take my leaves, little flowers, and you shall sleep warm under them. Then when you awaken, you shall see how much sweeter and happier the new life is." The little ones were very weary indeed. The promised sleep came very gratefully. "We would not be so willing to go to sleep if we thought we should not awaken," said the violet. So the little ones went to sleep. The little vine was the last of all to sink to her slumbers. She nodded in the wind and tried to keep awake till she saw the old oak tree close his eyes, but her efforts were vain. She nodded and bowed her slender form against the old stone wall, finally till she, too, had sunk into repose. And then the old oak tree stretched his weary limbs and gave a last look at the sullen sky and at the slumbering little ones at his feet, and with that the old oak tree fell asleep too. The child saw all these things, and he wanted to ask his grandsire about them, but his grandsire would not tell him of them. Perhaps his grandsire did not know. The child saw the Storm King come down from the hills and ride furiously over the meadows and over the forest and over the town. The snow fell everywhere, and the north wind played solemn music in the chimneys. The Storm King put the brook to bed and threw a great mantle of snow over him, and the brook that had romped and prattled all the summer and told pretty tales to the grass and flowers, the brook went to sleep too. With all his fierceness and bluster, the Storm King was very kind. He did not awaken the old oak tree and the slumbering flowers. The little vine lay under the fleecy snow against the old stone wall and slept peacefully. And so did the violet and the daisy. Only the wicked old thistle thrashed about in his sleep, as if he dreamed bad dreams, which all will allow was no more than he deserved. All through that winter, and it seemed very long, the child thought of the flowers and the vine and the old oak tree, and wondered whether in the springtime they would awaken from their sleep. And he wished for the springtime to come, and at last the springtime came. One day the sunbeams fluttered down from the sky and danced all over the meadow. "Wake up, little friends," cried the sunbeams. "Wake up, for it is the springtime." The brook was the first to respond, so eager, so fresh, so exuberant was he after his long winter sleep, that he leapt from his bed and frolicked all over the meadow and played all sorts of curious antics. Then a little bluebird was seen in the hedge one morning. He was calling to the violet. "Wake up, little violet," called the bluebird. "Have I come all this distance to find you sleeping? Wake up, it is the springtime." That pretty little voice awakened the violet, of course. "Oh, how sweetly I have slept," cried the violet. "How happy this new life is. Welcome, dear friends." And presently the daisy awakened, fresh and beautiful, and then the little vine, and last of all the old oak tree. The meadow was green, and all around there was the music, the fragrance, the new sweet life of the springtime. "I slept horribly," growled the thistle. "I had bad dreams. It was sleep after all, but it ought to have been death." The thistle never complained again, for just then a 4-footed monster stalked through the meadow and plucked and ate the thistle, and then stalked gloomily away, which was the last of the skeptical thistle. Truly a most miserable end. "You said the truth, dear old oak tree," cried the little vine. It was not death. It was only a sleep, a sweet, refreshing sleep, and this awakening is very beautiful." They all said so, the daisy, the violet, the oak tree, the crickets, the bees, and all the things and creatures of the field and forest that had awakened from their long sleep to swell the beauty and the glory of the springtime. And they talked with the child, and the child heard them. And although the grandsire never spoke to the child about these things, the child learned from the flowers and the trees a lesson of the springtime which perhaps the grandsire never knew. 1885. End of section 10. Recording by Mark Hernandez, Richmond, Virginia.
Section 11 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Re. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field, Section 11, 1885. Rodolph and his king. "Tell me, father," said the child at Rodolph's knee, "tell me of the king." "There is no king, my child," said Rodolph. "What you have heard are old women's tales. Do not believe them, for there is no king." "But why then," queried the child, "do all the people praise and call on him? Why do the birds sing of the king, and why do the brooks always prattle his name as they dance from the hills to the sea?" "Nay," answered Rodolph, "you imagine these things. There is no king. Believe me, child, there is no king." So spake Rodolph. But scarcely had he uttered the words when the cricket in the chimney corner chirped loudly, and his shrill notes seemed to say, "The king, the king." Rodolph could hardly believe his ears. How had the cricket learned to chirp these words? It was beyond all understanding. But still the cricket chirped, and still his musical monotone seemed to say, "The king, the king," until with an angry frown Rodolph strode from his house, leaving the child to hear the cricket's song alone. But there were other voices to remind Rodolph of the king. The sparrows were fluttering under the eaves, and they twittered noisily as Rodolph strode along. "The king, 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 the king, king, king," twittered the sparrows, and their little tones were full of gladness and praise. A thrush sat in the hedge, and she was singing her morning song. It was a hymn of praise. How beautiful it was! "The king, the king, the king," said the thrush. And she sang too of his goodness. It was a wondrous song, and it was all about the king. The doves cooed in the elm trees. "Sing to us," cried their little ones, stretching out their pretty heads from the nests. Then the doves nestled hard by and murmured lullabies, and the lullabies were of the king who watched over and protected even the little birds in their nests. Rodolph heard these things, and they filled him with anger. "It is a lie," muttered Rodolph, and in great petulance he came to the brook. How noisy and romping the brook was! How capricious, how playful, how furtive! And how he called to the willows and prattled to the listening grass as he scampered on his way. But Rodolph turned aside, and his face grew darker. He did not like the voice of the brook, for lo, just as the cricket had chirped and the birds had sung, so did this brook murmur and prattle and sing ever of the king, and the king. So always after that, wherever Rodolph went, he heard voices that told him of the king. Yes, even in their quiet, humble way, the flowers seemed to whisper the king's name, and every breeze that fanned his brow had a tale to tell of the king and his goodness. "But there is no king," cried Rodolph. "They all conspire to plague me. There is no king. There is no king." Once he stood by the sea and saw a mighty ship go sailing by. The waves plashed on the shore and told stories to the pebbles and the sands. Rodolph heard their thousand voices, and he heard them telling of the king. Then a great storm came upon the sea, a tempest such as never before had been seen. The waves dashed mountain high and overwhelmed the ship, and the giant voices of the winds and waves cried of the king, the king. The sailors strove in agony till all seemed lost. Then, when they could do no more, they stretched out their hands and called upon the king to save them. The king, the king, the king. Rodolph saw the tempest subside. The angry winds were lulled, and the mountain waves sank into sleep, and the ship came safely into port. Then the sailors sang a hymn of praise, and the hymn was of the king and to the king. "But there is no king," said Rodolph. "It's a lie. There is no king." Yet everywhere he went he heard always of the king. The king's name and the king's praises were on every tongue. And the things that had no voices seemed to wear the king's name written upon them, until Rodolph neither saw nor heard anything that he did not mind him of the king. Then in great anger Rodolph said, "I will go to the mountain tops. There I shall find no birds, nor trees, nor brooks, nor flowers to prate of a monarch no one has ever seen. There be no sea to vex me with its murmurings, nor any human voice to displease me with its superstitions. So Rodolph went to the mountains and he scaled the loftiest pinnacle, hoping that there at last he might hear no more of that king whom none had ever seen. And as he stood upon the pinnacle, what a mighty panorama was spread before him, and what a mighty anthem swelled upon his ears. The peopled plains with their songs and murmurings lay far below. On every side of mountain peaks loomed up in snowy grandeur, and overhead he saw the sky blue, cold and cloudless from horizon to horizon. What voice was that which spoke in Rodolph's bosom then as Rodolph's eyes beheld this revelation? "There is a king," said the voice. "The king lives, and this is his abiding place." And how did Rodolph's heart stand still when he felt silence proclaim the king, not in tones of thunder, as the tempest had proclaimed him, nor in the singing voices of the birds and brooks, but no swiftly, so surely, so grandly, that Rodolph's soul was filled with an awe ineffable. Then Rodolph cried, "There is a king, and I acknowledge him. Henceforth my voice shall swell the songs of all in earth and air and sea that know and praise his name." So Rodolph went to his house. He heard the cricket singing of the king, yes, and the sparrows under the eaves, the thrush in the hedge, the doves in the elms, and the brook too, all singing of the king. And Rodolph's heart was gladdened by their music, and all the earth and the things of the earth seemed more beautiful to Rodolph now that he believed in the king, and to the song all nature sang Rodolph's voice, and Rodolph's heart made harmonious response. "There is a king, my child," said Rodolph to his little one. "Together let us sing to him, for he is our king, and his goodness abideth forever and forever." End of section 11. Recording by Hree.
Section 12 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Centerville, Virginia. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Hampshire Hills, 1885. One afternoon, many years ago, 2 little brothers named Seth and Abner were playing in the orchard. They were not troubled with the heat of the August day, for a soft, cool wind came up from the river in the valley over yonder, and fanned their red cheeks and played all kinds of pranks with their tangled curls. All about them was the hum of bees, the song of birds, the smell of clover, and the merry music of the crickets. Their little dog Fido chased them through the high waving grass, and rolled with them under the trees, and barked himself hoarse in his attempt to keep pace with their laughter. Wearied at length, they lay beneath the bellflower tree and looked off at the Hampshire Hills, and wondered if the time ever would come when they should go out into the world beyond those hills and be great noisy men. Fido did not understand it at all. He lolled in the grass, cooling his tongue on the clover bloom, and puzzling his brain to know why his little masters were so quiet all at once. "I wish I were a man," said Abner ruefully. "I want to be somebody and do something. It is very hard to be a little boy so long, and to have no companions but little boys and girls, to see nothing but these same old trees and this same high grass, and to hear nothing but the same bird songs from one day to another." "That is true," said Seth. "I, too, am very tired of being a little boy, and I long to go out into the world and be a man like my grandpa or my father or my uncles, with nothing to look at but those distant hills and the river in the valley. My eyes are wearied, and I shall be very happy when I am big enough to leave this stupid place." Had Fido understood their words, he would have chided them, for the little dog loved his home and had no thought of any other pleasure than romping through the orchard and playing with his little masters all the day. But Fido did not understand them. The clover bloom heard them with sadness. Had they but listened in turn, they would have heard the clover saying softly, "Stay with me while you may, little boys. Trample me with your merry feet. Let me feel the imprint of your curly heads and kiss the sunburn on your little cheeks. Love me while you may, for when you go away, you never will come back." The bellflower heard them too, and she waved her great strong branches as if she would caress the impatient little lads, and she whispered, "Do not think of leaving me. You are children, and you know nothing of the world beyond those distant hills. It is full of trouble and care and sorrow. Abide here, in this quiet spot, till you are prepared to meet the vexations of that outer world. We are for you. We trees and grass and birds and bees and flowers. Abide with us and learn the wisdom we teach." The cricket in the raspberry hedge heard them, and she chirped, oh, so sadly, "You will go out into the world and leave us, and never think of us again till it is too late to return. Open your ears, little boys, and hear my song of contentment." So spake the clover bloom and the bellflower tree and the cricket, and in like manner the robin that nested in the linden over yonder, and the big bumblebee that lived in the hole under the pasture gate, and the butterfly and the wild rose pleaded with them, each in his own way. But the little boys did not heed them. So eager were their desires to go into and mingle with the great world beyond those distant hills. Many years went by, and at last Seth and Abner grew to manhood, and the time was come when they were to go into the world and be brave, strong men. Fido had been dead a long time. They had made him a grave under the bellflower tree. Yes, just where he had romped with the two little boys that August afternoon, Fido lay sleeping amid the humming of the bees and the perfume of the clover. But Seth and Abner did not think of Fido now, nor did they give even a passing thought to any of their old friends, the bellflower tree, the clover, the cricket, and the robin. Their hearts beat with exultation. They were men, and they were going beyond the hills to know and try the world. They were equipped for that struggle, not in a vain, frivolous way, but as good and brave young men should be. A gentle mother had counseled them, a prudent father had advised them, and they had gathered from the sweet things of nature much of that wisdom before which all knowledge is as nothing. So they were fortified. They went beyond the hills and came into the west. How great and busy was the world! How great and busy it was here in the west! What a rush and noise and turmoil and seething and surging! And how keenly did the brothers have to watch and struggle for vantage ground. Withal they prospered. The counsel of the mother, the advice of the father, the wisdom of the grass and flowers and trees were much to them, and they prospered. Honor and riches came to them, and they were happy. But amid it all, how seldom they thought of the little home among the circling hills where they had learned the first sweet lessons of life. And now they were old and gray. They lived in splendid mansions, and all people paid them honor. One August day, a grim messenger stood in Seth's presence and beckoned to him. "Who are you?" cried Seth. "What strange power have you over me, that the very sight of you chills my blood and stays the beating of my heart?" Then the messenger threw aside his mask, and Seth saw that he was Death. Seth made no outcry. He knew what the summons meant, and he was content. But he sent for Abner. And when Abner came, Seth was stretched upon his bed, and there was a strange look in his eyes and a flush upon his cheeks, as though a fatal fever had laid hold on him. "You shall not die," cried Abner, and he threw himself about his brother's neck and wept. But Seth bade Abner cease his outcry. "Sit here by my bedside and talk with me," said he, "and let us speak of the Hampshire Hills." A great wonder overcame Abner. With reverence he listened, and as he listened, a sweet peace seemed to steal into his soul. "I am prepared for death," said Seth, "and I will go with death this day. Let us talk of our childhood now, for, after all the battle with this great world, it is pleasant to think and speak of our boyhood among the Hampshire Hills." "Say on, dear brother," said Abner. "I am thinking of an August day long ago," said Seth, solemnly and softly. "It was so very long ago, and yet it seems only yesterday. We were in the orchard together, under the bellflower tree, and our little dog—" "Fido," said Abner, remembering it all as the years came back. "Fido and you and I under the bellflower tree," said Seth. "How we had played, and how weary we were, and how cool the grass was, and how sweet was the fragrance of the flowers. Can you remember it, brother?" "Oh, yes," replied Abner, "and I remember how we lay among the clover and looked off at the distant hills and wondered of the world beyond." "And amid our wonderings and longings," said Seth, "how the old bellflower tree seemed to stretch her kind arms down to us, as if she would hold us away from that world beyond the hills." "And now I can remember that the clover whispered to us, and the cricket in the raspberry hedge sang to us of contentment," said Abner. "The robin, too, caroled in the linden." "It is very sweet to remember it now," said Seth. "How blue and hazy the hills looked! How cool the breeze blew up from the river! How like a silver lake the old pickerel pond sweltered under the summer sun over beyond the pasture and broom-corn! And how merry was the music of the birds and bees!" So these old men, who had been little boys together, talked of the August afternoon when, with Fido, they had romped in the orchard and rested beneath the bellflower tree. And Seth's voice grew fainter, and his eyes were, oh, so dim. But to the very last he spoke of the dear old days, and the orchard, and the clover, and the Hampshire Hills. And when Seth fell asleep forever, Abner kissed his brother's lips and knelt at the bedside and said the prayer his mother had taught him. In the street without, there was the noise of passing carts, the cries of tradespeople, and all the bustle of a great and busy city. But, looking upon Seth's dear dead face, Abner could hear only the music voices of birds and crickets and summer winds, as he had heard them with Seth when they were little boys together back among the Hampshire Hills. 1885. End of Hampshire Hills.
Section 13 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Penn. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Ezra's Thanksgiving Out West, 1885. Ezra had written a letter to the home folks, and in it he had complained that never before had he spent such a weary, lonesome day as this Thanksgiving Day had been. Having finished this letter, he sat for a long time gazing idly into the open fire that snapped cinders all over the hearthstone and sent its red forks dancing up the chimney to join the winds that frolicked and gamboled across the Kansas prairies that raw November night. It had rained hard all day and was cold, and although the open fire made every honest effort to be cheerful, Ezra, as he sat in front of it in the wooden rocker and looked down into the glowing embers, experienced a dreadful feeling of loneliness and homesickness. "I'm sick of Kansas," said Ezra to himself. Here I've been in this plaguey country for going on a year, and yes, I'm sick of it. Powerful sick of it. What a miserable Thanksgiving this has been. They don't know what Thanksgiving is out this way. I wish I was back in old Massachusetts. That's the country for me, and they have the kind of Thanksgiving I like. Musing in this strain, while the rain went patter-patter on the window panes, Ezra saw a strange sight in the fireplace. Yes, right among the embers and the crackling flames, Ezra saw a strange, beautiful picture unfold and spread itself out like a panorama. "How very wonderful!" murmured the young man. Yet he did not take his eyes away, for the picture soothed him, and he loved to look upon it. "It is a picture of long ago," said Ezra softly. "I had like to forgot it, but now it comes back to me as natural-like as an old friend, and I seem to be a part of it, and the feeling of that time comes back with the picture too." Ezra did not stir. His head rested upon his hand, and his eyes were fixed upon the shadows in the firelight. "It is a picture of the old home," said Ezra to himself. "I'm back there in Belchertown, with the Holyoke Hills up north, and the Berkshire Mountains a looming up gray and misty-like in the western horizon. Seems as if it was early morning. Everything is still, and it is so cold when we boys crawl out of bed that if it wasn't Thanksgiving morning we'd crawl back again and wait for Mother to call us. But it is Thanksgiving morning, and we're going skating down on the pond. The squealing of the pigs has told us it's 5 o'clock, and we must hurry. We're going to call by for the Dickerson boys and Hiram Peabody, and we've got the hyper. Brother Amos gets on about half of my clothes, and I get on about half of his, but it's all the same. They are stout, warm clothes, and they're big enough to fit any of us boys. Mother looked out for that when she made 'em. When we go downstairs, we find the girls there all bundled up nice and warm, Mary and Helen and Cousin Irene. They're going with us, and we all start out on tiptoe and quiet-like so as not to wake up the old folks. The ground is frozen hard. We stub our toes on the frozen ruts in the road. When we come to the minister's house, Laura is standing on the front stoop a-waiting for us. Laura is the minister's daughter. She's a friend of Sister Helen's, pretty as a daguerreotype, and gentle-like and tender. Laura lets me carry her skates, and I'm glad of it, although I have my hands full already with the lantern, the hockeys, and the rest. Hiram Peabody keeps us waiting, for he has overslept himself, and when he comes trotting out at last the girls make fun of him, all except Sister Mary, and she sort of sticks up for Hiram, and we're all so cute we kind of calculate we know the reason why. "And now," said Ezra softly, "the picture changes. Seems as if I could see the pond. The ice is like a black looking-glass, and Hiram Peabody slips up first thing, and down he comes lickety-split, and we all laugh, except Sister Mary, and she says it's very impolite to laugh at other folks' misfortunes. Oh, how cold it is! And how my fingers ache with the frost when I take off my mittens to strap on Laura's skates. But oh, how my cheeks burn, and how careful I am not to hurt Laura, and how I ask her if that's tight enough, and how she tells me just a little tighter, and how we two keep fooling along till the others are gone and we are left alone, and how quickly I get my own skates strapped on. None of your new-fangled skates with springs and plates and clamps and such, but honest, old-fashioned wooden ones with steel runners that curl up over my toes and have a bright brass button on the end. How I strap 'em and lash 'em and buckle 'em on, and Laura waits for me and tells me to be sure to get 'em on tight enough. Why, bless me, after I once got 'em strapped on, if them skates had come off my feet would have come off with 'em. And now away we go, Laura and me, around a bend near the medder where Si Barker's dog killed a woodchuck last summer. We meet the rest. We forget all about the cold. We run races and play snap the whip and cut all sorts of didos, and we never mind the pickerel weed that is froze in on the ice and trips us up every time we cut the outside edge. And then we boys jump over the air holes, and the girls stand by and scream and tell us they know we're going to drown ourselves. So the hours go, and it is sun up at last, and Sister Helen says we must be getting home. When we take our skates off, our feet feel as if they were wood. Laura has lost her tippet. I lend her mine, and she kind of blushes. The old pond seems glad to have us go, and the fire hangbird's nest in the willow tree waves us goodbye. Laura promises to come over to our house in the evening, and so we break up. Seems now, continued Ezra musingly, seems now as if I could see us all at breakfast. The race on the pond has made us hungry, and Mother says she never knew anybody else's boys that had such capacities as hers. It is the Yankee Thanksgiving breakfast, sausages and fried potatoes, and buckwheat cakes and syrup, maple syrup, mind ye, for Father has his own sugar bush, and there was a big run of sap last season. Mother says, Ezra and Amos, won't you never get through eating? We want to clear off the table, for there's pies to make and nuts to crack, and lost sake alive, the turkey's got to be stuffed yet. Then how we all fly around. Mother sends Helen up into the attic to get a squash while Mary's making the pie crust. Amos and I crack the walnuts. They call 'em hickory nuts out here in this pesky country of sagebrush and pasture land. The walnuts are hard, and it's all we can do to crack 'em. Every once in a while one of 'em slips out of our fingers and goes dancing over the floor, or flies into the pan Helen is squeezing pumpkin into through the colander. Helen says we're shiftless and good for nothing but frivoling, but Mother tells us how to crack the walnuts so as not to let them fly all over the room, and so as not to be all jammed to pieces like the walnuts was down at the party of the Peasleys last winter. And now here comes Tryphena Foster, with her gingham gown and muslin apron on. Her folks have gone up to Amherst for Thanksgiving, and Tryphena has come over to help our folks get dinner. She thinks a great deal of Mother, 'cause Mother teaches her Sunday school class and says Tryphena ought to marry a missionary. There is bustle everywhere, the rattle of pans and the clatter of dishes, and the new kitchen stove begins to warm up and get red, till Helen loses her wits and is flustered, and says she never could get the hang of that stove's dampers. And now, murmured Ezra gently, as a tone of deeper reverence creeps into his voice, I can see Father sitting all by himself in the parlor. Father's hair is very gray, and there are wrinkles in his honest old face. He is looking through the winder at the Holyoke Hills over yonder, and I can guess he's thinking of the time when he was a boy like me and Amos, and used to climb over them hills and kill rattlesnakes and hunt partridges. Or doesn't his eyes quite reach the Holyoke Hills? Do they fall kind of lovingly but sadly on the little burying ground just beyond the village? Oh, Father knows that spot, and he loves it too, for there are treasures there whose memory he wouldn't swap for all the world could give. So, while there's a kind of mist in Father's eyes, I can see he is dreaming, like of sweet and tender things, and a communing with memory, hearing voices I never heard, and feeling the touch of hands I never pressed. And seeing Father's peaceful face, I find it hard to think of a Thanksgiving sweeter than Father's is. The picture in the firelight changes now, said Ezra, and seems as if I was in the old frame meeting house. The meeting house is on the hill, and meeting begins at 10:30. Our pew is well up front. Seems as if I could see it now. It has long red cushion on the seat, and in the hymn book rack there is a Bible and a couple of psalmodies. We walk up the aisle slow, and Mother goes in first, then comes Mary, then me, then Helen, then Amos, and then Father. Father thinks it's just as well to have one of the girls set in between me and Amos. The meeting house is full, for everybody goes to meeting Thanksgiving Day. The minister reads the proclamation and makes a prayer, and then he gives out a psalm, and we all stand up and turn round to join the choir. Sam Merritt has come up from Palmer to spend Thanksgiving with the old folks, and he is singing tenor today in his old place in the choir. Some folks say he sings wonderfully well, but I don't like Sam's voice. Laura sings soprano in the choir, and Sam stands next to her and holds the book. Seems as if I could hear the minister's voice, full of earnestness and melody, coming from way up in his little round pulpit. He's telling us why we should be thankful, and as he quotes Scripture and Dr. Watts, we boys wonder how anybody can remember so much of the Bible. Then I get nervous and worried. Seems to me the minister was never coming too lastly, and I find myself wondering whether Laura is listening to what the preacher is about, or is writing notes to Sam Merritt in the back of the tune book. I get thirsty, too, and I fidget about till Father looks at me, and Mother nudges Helen, and Helen passes it along to me with interest. And then, continues Ezra in his reverie, when the last hymn is given out and we stand up again and join the choir, I'm glad to see Laura is singing out of the book with Miss Hubbard, the alto. And going out of meeting, I kind of edge up to Laura and ask her if I can have the pleasure of seeing her home. And now we boys all go out on the common to play ball. The Enfield boys have come over, and as all the Hampshire County folks know, they are tough fellers to beat. Gorham Polly keeps tally because he has got the newest jackknife. Oh, how slick it whittles the old broom handle Gorham picked up in Packard's store and brought along just to keep tally on. It is a great game of ball. The bats are broad and light, the ball is small and soft. But the Enfield boys beat us at last. Leastways, they make 70 tallies to our 58 when Heman Fitz knocks the ball over into Aunt Dorcas Eastman's yard, and Aunt Dorcas comes out and picks up the ball and takes it into the house, and we have to stop playing. Then Phineas Owens allows he can flop any boy in Belchertown, and Moses Baker takes him up, and they wrestle like two Tartars till at last Moses tuckers Phineas out and downs him as slick as a whistle. Then we all go home, for Thanksgivin dinner is ready. 2 long tables have been made into one, and one of the big tablecloths Grandma had when she set up housekeeping is spread over 'em both. We all sit round, Father, Mother, Aunt Lydia Holbrook, Uncle Jason, Mary, Helen, Tryphena Foster, Amos, and me. How big and brown that turkey is, and how good it smells. There are bounteous dishes of mashed potato, turnip, and squash, and the celery is very white and cold. The biscuits are light and hot, and the stewed cranberries are red as Laura's cheeks. Amos and I get the drumsticks. Mary wants the wishbone to put over the door for Hiram, but Helen gets it. Poor Mary. She always did have to give up to Russian Helen, as we call her. The pies? Oh, what pies Mother makes! No dyspepsia in 'em, but good nature and good health and hospitality. Pumpkin pies, mince and apple too, and then a big dish of pippins and russets and bellflowers. And last of all, walnuts with cider from the Sabrina Dickerson farm. I tell you, there's a Thanksgiving dinner for you. That's what we get in old Belchertown, and that's the kind of living that makes the Yankees so all fired good and smart. But the best of all, said Ezra very softly to himself, oh yes, the best scene in all the picture is when evening comes, when the lamps are lit in the parlor, when the neighbors come in, and when there is music and singing and games. And it's this part of the picture that makes me homesick now and fills my heart with a longing I never had before. And yet it sort of mellows and comforts me, too. Miss Serena Cadwell, whose beau was killed in the war, plays on the melodeon, and we all sing, all on us, men, women folks, and children. Sam Merritt is there, and he sings a tenor song about love. The women sort of whisper round he's going to be married to a Palmer lady next spring, and I think to myself I never heard better singing than Sam's. Then we play games, proverbs, buzz, clap in, clap out, Copenhagen, fox and geese, Button, button, who's got the button? Spin the platter, go to Jerusalem, my ships come in, and all the rest. The old folks play with the young folks just as natural as can be, and we all laugh when Deacon Hosea Cowles has to measure 6 yards of love ribbon with Miss Hepsy Newton and cut each yard with a kiss, for the deacon has been sort of purring round Miss Hepsy for going on 2 years. Then, after a while, when Mary and Helen bring in the cookies, nut cakes, cider, and apples, Mother says, I don't believe we're going to have enough apples to go around. Ezra, I guess I'll have to get you to go down cellar for some more. And I says, all right, Mother, I'll go, providing someone go along and hold the candle. And when I say this, I look right at Laura, and she blushes. Then Helen, just for meanness, says, Ezra, I suppose you ain't willing to have your favorite sister go down cellar with you and catch her death of cold. But Mary, who has been showing Hiram Peabody the photograph album for more than an hour, comes to the rescue and makes Laura take the candle, and she shows Laura how to hold it so it won't go out. The cellar is warm and dark. There are cobwebs between the rafters and everywhere else except on the shelves where Mother keeps the butter and eggs and other things that would freeze in the buttery upstairs. The apples are in the barrels up against the wall near the potato bin. How fresh and sweet they smell. Laura thinks she sees a mouse, and she trembles and wants to jump up on the pork barrel, but I tell her there shan't no mouse hurt her while I'm around, and I mean it too, for the sight of Laura trembling makes me as strong as one of Father's steers. What kind of apples do you like best, Ezra? Asked Laura. Russets, or green uns, or crow eggs, or bellflowers, or Baldwins, or pippins? I like the Baldwins best, says I, 'cause they got red cheeks just like yours. Why, Ezra Thompson, how you talk, says Laura. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. But when I get the dish filled up with apples, there ain't a Baldwin in all the lot that can compare with the bright red of Laura's cheeks. And Laura knows it, too, and she sees the mouse again, and screams, and then the candle goes out, and we are in a dreadful stew. But I, being almost a man, contrive to bear up under it, and knowing she is an orphan, I comfort and encourage Laura the best I know how, and we are almost upstairs when Mother comes to the door and wants to know what has kept us so long. Just as if Mother doesn't know. Of course she does. And when Mother kisses Laura good-bye that night, there is in the act a tenderness that speaks more sweetly than even Mother's words. It is so like Mother, mused Ezra, so like her, with her gentleness and clinging love. Hers is the sweetest picture of all, and hers the best love. Dream on, Ezra. Dream of the old home with its dear ones, its holy influences, and its precious inspiration, Mother. Dream on in the far-away firelight, and as the angel hand of memory unfolds those sacred visions, with thee and them shall abide, like a divine comforter, the spirit of thanksgiving. First published in 1885. End of section 13.
Section 14 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 14, Ludwig and Eloise. Once upon a time, there were 2 youths named Herman and Ludwig, and they both loved Eloise, the daughter of the old burgomaster. Now, the old burgomaster was very rich, and having no child but Eloise, he was anxious that she should be well married and settled in life. For, said he, death is likely to come to me at any time. I am old and feeble, and I want to see my child sheltered by another's love before I am done with earth forever. Eloise was much beloved by all the youth in the village, and there was not one who would not gladly have taken her to wife. but none loved her so much as did Herman and Ludwig. Nor did Eloise care for any but Herman and Ludwig, and she loved Herman. The burgomaster said, "Choose whom you will, I care not. So long as he be honest, I will have him for a son, and thank heaven for him." So Eloise chose Herman, and all said she chose wisely, for Herman was young and handsome, and by his valor had won distinction in the army, and had thrice been complimented by the general. So when the brave young captain led Eloise to the altar, there was great rejoicing in the village. The beaux, forgetting their disappointments, and the maidens, seeing the cause of all their jealousy removed, made merry together. And it was said that never had there been in the history of the province an event so joyous as was the wedding of Herman and Eloise. But in all the village there was one aching heart. Ludwig, the young musician, saw with quiet despair the maiden he loved go to the altar with another. He had known Eloise from childhood, and he could not say when his love of her began, it was so very long ago. But now he knew his heart was consumed by a hopeless passion. Once at a village festival he had begun to speak to her of his love, but Eloise had placed her hand kindly upon his lips and told him to say no further, for they had always been and always would be brother and sister. So Ludwig never spoke his love after that, and Eloise and he were as brother and sister. But the love of her grew always within him, and he had no thought but of her. And now, when Eloise and Herman were wed, Ludwig feigned that he had received a message from a rich relative in a distant part of the kingdom, bidding him to come thither, and Ludwig went from the village and was seen there no more. When the burgomaster died, all his possessions went to Herman and Eloise, and they were accounted the richest folk in the province, and so good and charitable were they that they were beloved by all. Meanwhile, Herman had risen to greatness in the army, for by his valorous exploits he had become a general, and he was much endeared to the king. And Eloise and Herman lived in a great castle in the midst of a beautiful park, and the people came and paid them reverence there. And no one in all these years spoke of Ludwig. No one thought of him. Ludwig was forgotten, and so the years went by. It came to pass, however, that from a far distant province there spread the fame of a musician so great that the king sent for him to visit the court. No one knew the musician's name, nor whence he came, for he lived alone and would never speak of himself. But his music was so tender and beautiful that it was called heart music, and he himself was called the master. He was old and bowed with infirmities, but his music was always of youth and love. It touched every heart with its simplicity and pathos, and all wondered how this old and broken man could create so much of tenderness and sweetness on these themes. But when the king sent for the master to come to court, the master returned him answer, "No, I am old and feeble. To leave my home would weary me unto death. Let me die here, as I have lived these long years, weaving my music for hearts that need my solace." Then the people wondered, but the king was not angry. In spite, he sent the master a purse of gold, and bade him come or not come as he willed. Such honor had never before been shown any subject in the kingdom, and all the people were dumb with amazement. But the master gave the purse of gold to the poor of the village wherein he lived. In those days Herman died, full of honors and years, and there was a great lamentation in the land, for Herman was beloved by all, and Eloise wept unceasingly and would not be comforted. On the 7th day after Herman had been buried, there came to the castle in the park an aged and bowed man, who carried in his white and trembling hands a violin. His kindly face was deeply wrinkled, and a venerable beard swept down upon his breast. He was weary and footsore, but he heeded not the words of pity bestowed on him by all who beheld him tottering on his way. he knocked boldly at the castle gate, and demanded to be brought into the presence of Eloise. And Eloise said, "Bid him enter. Perchance his music will comfort my breaking heart." Then, when the old man had come into her presence, behold, he was the master, I, the master, whose fame was in every land, whose heart music was on every tongue. "If thou art indeed the master," said Eloise, "let thy music be balm to my chastened spirit." The master said, "I, Eloise, I will comfort thee in thy sorrow, and thy heart shall be stayed, and a great joy will come to thee." Then the master drew his bow across the strings, and lo, forthwith there arose such harmonies as Eloise had never heard before. Gently, persuasively, they stole upon her senses and filled her soul with an ecstasy of peace. "Is it Herman that speaks to me?" cried Eloise. "It is his voice I hear, and it speaks to me of love. With thy heart music, O master, all the sweetness of his life comes back to comfort me." The master did not pause. As he played, it seemed as if each tender word and caress of Herman's life was stealing back on music's pinions to soothe the wounds that death had made. "It is the song of our love life," murmured Eloise. "How full of memories it is! What tenderness and harmony! And oh, what peace it brings! But tell me, master, what means this minor chord, this undertone of sadness and of pathos that flows like a deep, unfathomable current throughout it all, and wailing, weaves itself about thy theme of love and happiness with its weird and subtle influences?" Then the master said, "It is that shade of sorrow and sacrifice, O Eloise, that ever makes the picture of love more glorious. An undertone of pathos has been my part in all these years to symmetricize the love of Herman and Eloise. The song of thy love is beautiful, and who shall say it is not beautified by the sad undertone of Ludwig's broken heart?" "Thou art Ludwig!" cried Eloise. "Thou art Ludwig, who didst love me, and hast come to comfort me, who loved thee not." The master indeed was Ludwig, but when they hastened to do him homage, he heard them not, for with that last and sweetest heart song, his head sank upon his breast, and he was dead. 1885. End of section 14.
Section 15 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Fido's Little Friend, 1885. One morning in May, Fido sat on the front porch, and he was deep in thought. He was wondering whether the people who were moving into the next house were as cross and unfeeling as the people who had just moved out. He hoped they were not, for the people who had just moved out had never treated Fido with that respect and kindness which Fido believed he was on all occasions entitled to. "The newcomers must be nice folks," said Fido to himself, "for their feather beds look big and comfortable, and their baskets are all ample and generous. And see, there goes a bright gilt cage, and there is a plump yellow canary bird in it. Oh, how glad Mrs. Tabby will be to see it! She so dotes on dear little canary birds." Mrs. Tabby was the old brindled cat who was the mother of the 4 cunning little kittens in the haymow. Fido had heard her remark very purringly only a few days ago, that she longed for a canary bird just to amuse her little ones and give them correct musical ears. Honest old Fido! There was no guile in his heart, and he never dreamed there was in all the wide world such a thing as hypocrisy. So when Fido saw the little canary bird in the cage, he was glad for Mrs. Tabby's sake. While Fido sat on the front porch and watched the people moving into the next house, another pair of eyes peeped out of the old hollow maple over the way. This was the red-headed woodpecker, who had a warm, cozy nest far down in the old hollow maple, and in the nest there were 4 beautiful eggs, of which the red-headed woodpecker was very proud. "Good morning, Mr. Fido," called the red-headed woodpecker from her high perch. "You are out bright and early today, and what do you think of our new neighbours?" "'Pon my word, I cannot tell," replied Fido, wagging his tail cheerily, "for I am not acquainted with them. But I have been watching them closely, and by to-day noon I think I shall be on speaking terms with them. Provided, of course, they are not the cross, unkind people our old neighbours were." "Oh, I do so hope there are no little boys in the family," sighed the red-headed woodpecker, and then she added with much determination and a defiant toss of her beautiful head, "I hate little boys." "Why so?" inquired Fido. "As for myself, I love little boys. I have always found them the pleasantest of companions. Why do you dislike them?" "Because they are wicked," said the red-headed woodpecker. "They climb trees and break up the nests we have worked so hard to build, and they steal away our lovely eggs. Oh, I hate little boys." "Good little boys don't steal birds' eggs," said Fido, "and I'm sure I never would play with a bad boy." But the red-headed woodpecker insisted that all little boys were wicked, and, firm in this faith, she flew away to the linden over yonder, where, she had heard the thrush say, there lived a family of fat white grubs. The red-headed woodpecker wanted her breakfast, and it would have been hard to find a more palatable morsel for her than a white fat grub. As for Fido, he sat on the front porch and watched the people moving in. And as he watched them, he thought of what the red-headed woodpecker had said, and he wondered whether it could be possible for little boys to be so cruel as to rob birds' nests. As he brooded over this sad possibility, his train of thought was interrupted by the sound of a voice that fell pleasantly on his ears. "Goggie, goggie, goggie," said the voice. "Tum here, little goggie. Tum here, goggie, goggie, goggie." Fido looked whence the voice seemed to come, and he saw a tiny figure on the other side of the fence, a cunning baby figure in the yard that belonged to the house where the new neighbours were moving in. A second glance assured Fido that the calling stranger was a little boy not more than 3 years old, wearing a pretty dress and a broad hat that crowned his yellow hair and shaded his big blue eyes and dimpled face. The sight was a pleasing one, and Fido vibrated his tail, very cautiously, however, for Fido was not quite certain that the little boy meant his greeting for him, and Fido's sad experiences with the old neighbours had made him wary about scraping acquaintances too hastily. "Tum, ittle goggie," persisted the prattling stranger, and, as if to encourage Fido, the little boy stretched his chubby arms through the fence and waved them entreatingly. Fido was convinced now, so he got up, and with many cordial gestures of his hospitable tail, trotted down the steps and over the lawn to the corner of the fence where the little stranger was. "Me love oo," said the little stranger, patting Fido's honest brown back. "Me love oo, ittle goggie." Fido knew that, for there were caresses in every stroke of the dimpled hands. Fido loved the little boy too. Yes, all at once he loved the little boy, and he licked the dimpled hands and gave 3 short, quick barks and wagged his tail hysterically. So then and there began the friendship of Fido and the little boy. Presently Fido crawled under the fence into the next yard, and then the little boy sat down on the grass, and Fido put his forepaws in the little boy's lap and cocked up his ears and looked up into the little boy's face, as much as to say, "We shall be great friends, shall we not, little boy?" "Me love oo," said the little boy. "Me want to tiss oo, ittle goggie." And the little boy did kiss Fido. Yes, right on Fido's cold nose. And Fido liked to have the little boy kiss him, for it reminded him of another little boy who used to kiss him, but who was now so big that he was almost ashamed to play with Fido any more. "Is oo sit, ittle goggie?" asked the little boy, opening his blue eyes to their utmost capacity and looking very piteous. "Oo nose be so told. Oo must be sit, ittle goggie." But no, Fido was not sick, even though his nose was cold. Oh no, he romped and played all that morning in the cool green grass with the little boy, and the red-headed woodpecker, clinging to the bark on the hickory tree, laughed at their merry antics till her sides ached and her beautiful head turned fairly livid. Then at last the little boy's mamma came out of the house and told him he had played long enough, and neither the red-headed woodpecker nor Fido saw him again that day. But the next morning the little boy toddled down to the fence corner, bright and early, and called, "Goggie, Goggie, Goggie," so loudly that Fido heard him in the woodshed, where he was holding a morning chat with Mrs. Tabby. Fido hastened to answer the call. The way he spun out of the woodshed and down the gravel walk and around the corner of the house was a marvel. "Mamma says oo dat fees, ittle goggie," said the little boy. "Has oo dat fees?" Fido looked crestfallen, for could Fido have spoken, he would have confessed that he indeed was afflicted with fleas. Not with very many fleas, but just enough to interrupt his slumbers and his meditations at the most inopportune moments. And the little boy's guileless impeachment set Fido to feeling creepy-crawly all of a sudden, and without any further ado Fido turned deftly in his tracks, twisted his head back toward his tail, and by means of several well-directed bites and plunges, gave the malicious Bedouins thereabouts located timely warning to behave themselves. The little boy thought this performance very funny, and he laughed heartily, but Fido looked crestfallen. Oh, what play and happiness they had that day! How the green grass kissed their feet, and how the smell of clover came with the springtime breezes from the meadow yonder. The red-headed woodpecker heard them at play, and she clambered out of the hollow maple and dodged hither and thither as if she too shared their merriment. Yes, and the yellow thistlebird, whose nest was in the blooming lilac bush, came and perched in the pear tree and sang a little song about the dear little eggs in her cunning home. And there was a flower in the fence corner, a sweet, modest flower that no human eyes but the little boy's had ever seen, and she sang a little song too, a song about the kind old Mother Earth and the pretty sunbeams, the gentle rain and the droning bees. Why, the little boy had never known anything half so beautiful, and Fido, he too was delighted beyond all telling. If the whole truth must be told, Fido had such an exciting and bewildering romp that day that when night came and he lay asleep on the kitchen floor, he dreamed he was tumbling in the green grass with the little boy, and he tossed and barked and whined so in his sleep that the hired man had to get up in the night and put him out of doors. Down in the pasture at the end of the lane lived an old woodchuck. Last year the freshet had driven him from his childhood's home in the cornfield by the brook, and now he resided in a snug hole in the pasture. During their rambles one day, Fido and his little boy friend had come to the pasture and found the old woodchuck sitting upright at the entrance to his hole. "Oh, I'm not going to hurt you, old Mr. Woodchuck," said Fido. "I have too much respect for your gray hairs." "Thank you," replied the woodchuck sarcastically, "but I'm not afraid of any bench-legged fice that ever walked. It was only last week that I whipped Deacon Skinner's yellow mastiff, and I calculate I can trounce you, you ridiculous little brown cur." The little boy did not hear this badinage. When he saw the woodchuck solemnly perched at the entrance to his hole, he was simply delighted. "Oh, see!" cried the little boy, stretching out his fat arms and running toward the woodchuck. "Oh, see! Nuzzer ittle goggie! Turn here, ittle goggie! Me love oo!" But the old woodchuck was a shy creature, and not knowing what guile the little boy's cordial greeting might mask, the old woodchuck discreetly disappeared in his hole, much to the little boy's amazement. Nevertheless, the old woodchuck, the little boy, and Fido became fast friends in time, and almost every day they visited together in the pasture. The old woodchuck, hoary and scarred veteran that he was, had wonderful stories to tell, stories of marvelous adventures, of narrow escapes, of battles with cruel dogs, and of thrilling experiences that were altogether new to his wondering listeners. Meanwhile the red-headed woodpecker's eggs in the hollow maple had hatched, and the proud mother had great tales to tell of her baby birds, of how beautiful and knowing they were, and of what good, noble birds they were going to be when they grew up. The yellow bird, too, had 4 fuzzy little babies in her nest in the lilac bush, and every now and then she came to sing to the little boy and Fido of her darlings. Then, when the little boy and Fido were tired with play, they would sit in the rowan near the fence corner and hear the flower tell a story the dew had brought fresh from the stars the night before. They all loved each other, the little boy, Fido, the old woodchuck, the red-headed woodpecker, the yellow bird, and the flower. Yes, all through the days of spring and all through the summer-time they loved each other in their own honest, sweet, simple way. But one morning Fido sat on the front porch and wondered why the little boy had not come to the fence corner and called to him. The sun was high, the men had been long gone to the harvest fields, and the heat of the early autumn day had driven the birds to the thickest foliage of the trees. Fido could not understand why the little boy did not come. He felt oh so lonesome, and he yearned for the sound of a little voice calling "Goggie, goggie, goggie." The red-headed woodpecker could not explain it, nor could the yellow bird. Fido trotted leisurely down to the fence corner and asked the flower if she had seen the little boy that morning. But no, the flower had not laid eyes on the little boy, and she could only shake her head doubtfully when Fido asked her what it all meant. At last, in desperation, Fido braced himself for an heroic solution of the mystery, and as loudly as ever he could, he barked 3 times, in the hope, you know, that the little boy would hear his call and come. But the little boy did not come. Then Fido trotted sadly down the lane to the pasture to talk with the old woodchuck about this strange thing. The old woodchuck saw him coming and ambled out to meet him. "But where's our little boy?" asked the old woodchuck. "I do not know," said Fido. "I waited for him and called to him again and again, but he never came." Ah, those were sorry days for the little boy's friends, and sorriest for Fido. Poor honest Fido, how lonesome he was, and how he moped about, how each sudden sound, how each footfall startled him, how he sat all those days upon the front door stoop, with his eyes fixed on the fence corner and his rough brown ears cocked up as if he expected each moment to see two chubby arms stretched out toward him and to hear a baby voice calling "Goggie, Goggie, Goggie." Once only they saw him, Fido, the flower, and the others. It was one day when Fido had called louder than usual. They saw a little figure in a night-dress come to an upper window and lean his arms out. They saw it was the little boy, and oh, how pale and ill he looked! But his yellow hair was as glorious as ever, and the dimples came back with the smile that lighted his thin little face when he saw Fido. And he leaned on the window casement and waved his baby hands feebly and cried, "Goggie, Goggie," till Fido saw the little boy's mother come and take him from the window. One morning Fido came to the fence corner. How very lonely that spot seemed now! And he talked with the flower and the woodpecker, and the yellow bird came too, and they all talked of the little boy. And at that very moment the old woodchuck reared his hoary head by the hole in the pasture, and he looked this way and that, and wondered why the little boy never came any more. "Suppose," said Fido to the yellow bird, "suppose you fly to the window way up there, and see what the little boy is doing. Sing him one of your pretty songs, and tell him we are lonesome without him, that we are waiting for him in the old fence corner." Then the yellow bird did as Fido asked. She flew to the window where they had once seen the little boy, and, alighting upon the sill, she peered into the room. In another moment she was back on the bush at Fido's side. "He is asleep," said the yellow bird. "Asleep?" cried Fido. "Yes," said the yellow bird, "he is fast asleep. I think he must be dreaming a beautiful dream, for I could see a smile on his face, and his little hands were folded on his bosom. There were flowers all about him, and but for their sweet voices the chamber would have been very still." "Come, let us wake him," said Fido. "Let us call to him at once. Then perhaps he will hear us and awaken and answer. Perhaps he will come." So they all called in chorus. Fido and the other honest friends. They called so loudly that the still air of that autumn morning was strangely startled, and the old woodchuck in the pasture way off yonder heard the echoes and wondered. Little boy," they called, "why are you sleeping? Why are you sleeping, little boy?" Call on, dear voices, but the little boy will never hear. The dimpled hands that caressed you are indeed folded upon his breast. The lips that kissed your honest faces are sealed. The baby voice that sang your playtime songs with you is hushed, and all about him are the fragrance and the beauty of flowers. Call on, O honest friends, but he shall never hear your calling, for, as if he were aweary of the love and play and sunshine that were all he knew of earth, our darling is asleep forever. 1885. End of section 15.
Section 16 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Penn. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 16. The Old Man. First published in 1889. I called him the old man, but he wasn't an old man. He was a little boy, our first one, and his grandma, who had a heap of experience in such matters, allowed that he was for looks as likely a child as she'd ever clapped eyes on. Being our first, we set our hearts on him, and Lizzie named him Willie, for that was the name she liked best, having had a brother William killed in the war. But I never called him anything but the old man, and that name seemed to fit him, for he was one of your solemn babies, always thinking and thinking and thinking, like he was a judge, And when he laughed, it wasn't like other children's laughs. It was so sad-like. Lizzie and I made it up between us that when the old man growed up, we'd send him to college and give him a liberal education, no matter though we had to sell the farm to do it. But we never could exactly agree as to what we was going to make of him, Lizzie having her heart set on his being a preacher like his Grandpa Baker, and I wanting him to be a lawyer and get rich out of them corporations like his Uncle Wilson Barlow. So we never come to no definite conclusion as to what the old man was going to be by and by. But while we was thinking and debating, the old man kept growing and growing, and all the time he was as serious and solemn as a judge. Lizzie got just wrapped up in that boy, toted him around everywhere, and never let on like it made her tired. Powerful big and hearty child, too, but heft wasn't nothing alongside Lizzie's love for the old man. When he caught the measles from Sarah Baxter's baby, Lizzie sat up day and night till he was well, holding his hands and singing songs to him, and crying herself almost to death 'cause she dasn't give him cold water to drink when he called for it. As for me, my heart was wrapped up in the old man, too, but being a man, it wasn't for me to show it like Lizzie being a woman. And now that the old man is, well, now that he's gone, it wouldn't do to let on how much I sat by him, for that would make Lizzie feel all the worse. Sometimes, when I think of it, it makes me sorry I didn't show the old man some way how much I was wrapped up in him. Used to hold him in my lap and make faces for him and alder whistles and things. Sometimes I kiss him on his rosy cheek when nobody was looking. Once I tried to sing him a song, but it made him cry, and I never tried my hand at singing again. But somehow the old man didn't take to me like he took to his mother. We'd climb down out of my lap and get to where Lizzie was, and hang on to her gown no matter what she was doing, whether she was making bread or sewing or putting up pickles. It was always the same to the old man. He wasn't happy unless he was right there, close beside his mother. Most all boys, as I hear 'em tell, is proud to be round with their father, doing what he does and wearing the kind of clothes he wears. But the old man was different. He allowed that his mother was his best friend, and the way he stuck to her, well, it has always been a great comfort to Lizzie to recollect it. The old man had a kind of confiding way with his mother. Every once in a while, when he'd be playing by himself in the front room, he'd call out, "Mudder, mudder," and no matter where Lizzie was, in the kitchen or in the woodshed or in the yard, she'd answer, "What is it, darling?" Then the old man would say, "Turn here, mother, I want to tell you something." Never could find out what the old man wanted to tell Lizzie. Like's not, he didn't want to tell her nothing. Maybe he was lonesome and just wanted to feel that Lizzie was around. But that didn't make no difference. It was all the same to Lizzie. No matter where she was or what she was doing, just as soon as the old man told her he wanted to tell her something, she dropped everything else and went straight to him. Then the old man would laugh one of his solemn, sad-like laughs, and put his arms around Lizzie's neck and whisper, or pretend to whisper, something in her ear. And Lizzie would laugh and say, "Oh, what a nice secret we have between us." And then she would kiss the old man and go back to her work. Time changes all things but memory. Nothing can change that. Seems like it was only yesterday or the day before that I heard the old man calling, "Mudder, mudder, I want to tell you something," and that I seen him put his arms round her neck and whisper softly to her. It had been an open winter, and there was fever all around us. The Baxters lost their little girl, and Homer Thompson's children all had been taken down. Every night and morning we prayed God to save our darling, but one evening, when I come up from the woodlot, the old man was restless and his face was hot and he talked in his sleep. Maybe you've been through it yourself. Maybe you've tended a child that was down with the fever. If so, maybe you know what we went through, Lizzie and me. The doctor shook his head one night when he come to see the old man. We knew what that meant. I went outdoors. I couldn't stand it in the room there. with the old man seeing and talking about things that his fever made him see. I was too big a coward to stay and help his mother to bear up. So I went outdoors and brung in wood enough to last all spring. And then I sat down alone by the kitchen fire and heard the clock tick and watched the shadows flicker through the room. I remember Lizzie coming to me and saying, "He's breathing strange like, and his little feet as cold as ice." Then I went into the front chamber where he lay. The day was breaking and the cattle was lowing outside. A beam of light come through the window and fell on the old man's face. Perhaps it was the summons for which he waited, and which shall sometime come to me and you. Leastways, the old man roused from his sleep and opened up his big blue eyes. It wasn't me he wanted to see. "Mother, mother," cried the old man, but his voice wasn't strong and clear like it used to be. "Mother, where be you, mother?" Then, brushing by me, Lizzie caught the old man up and held him in her arms like she'd done 1,000 times before. "What is it, darling? Here I be," said Lizzie. "Turn here," says the old man. "Turn here, I want to tell you something." The old man went to reach his arms around her neck and whisper in her ear. But his arms fell limp and helpless like, and the old man's curly head drooped on his mother's breast. End of section 16. First published in 1889.
Section 17 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 17. Bill, the Local Editor. Bill was always fond of children and birds and flowers. Ain't it kind of curious how sometimes we find a great, big, awkward man who loves such things? Bill had the biggest feet in the township, but I'll bet my wallet that he never trod on a violet in all his life. Bill never took no slack from any man that was sober, but the children made him play with 'em, and he'd set for hours a-watchin' the yaller hammer buildin' her nest in the old cottonwood. Now, I ain't defendin' Bill, I'm just tellin' the truth about him. No think I can say one way or t'other is goin' to make any difference now. Bill's dead and buried, and the folks is discussin' him and wonderin' whether his immortal soul is all right. Sometimes I have worried 'bout Bill, but I don't worry 'bout him no more. Of course, Bill had his faults. I never liked that drinkin' business of his'n. Yet I allow that Bill got more good out'n liquor, and liquor got more good out of Bill than I ever see before or since. It weren't when the liquor was in Bill that Bill was at his best, but when he'd been onto one of his bats and had drunk himself sick and was comin' out of the other end of the bat, then Bill was one of the meekest and properest critters you ever seen. And poetry? Some of the most beautiful poetry ever read was writ by Bill when he was recoverin' himself out o' one of them bats. Seemed like it kind of exalted and purified Bill's nature to get drunk and get over it. Bill could 'a' drunk more liquor and be sorrier for it than any other man in 7 states. There was never a more penitent fellow than he was when he was soberin'. The trouble with Bill seemed to be that his conscience didn't come on watch quite often enough. It'll be 10 years come next spring since Bill showed up here. I don't know where he come from. Seemed like he didn't want to talk about his past. I allers suspicioned that he had seen trouble, maybe sorrer. I recollect that one time he got a telegraph. Mr. Evans told me about it afterwards, and when he read it he put his hands up to his face and groaned like. That day he got full of liquor, and he kept full of liquor for a week. But when he come round all right, he wrote a poem for the paper, and the name of the poem was Mary. But whether Mary was his sister or his wife or an old sweetheart of his'n, I never knew. But it looked like from the poem like she was dead and that he loved her. Bill was the best Lokil the paper ever had. He didn't hustle round much, but he had a kinder pleasin' way of dishin' things up. He could be mighty comical when he sought out to be, but his best holt was serious pieces. Nobody could beat Bill writing obituaries. When old Mose Holbrook was dyin', the minister says to him, "Mr. Holbrook, you seem to be sorry that you're passin' away to a better land?" "Well, no, not exactly that," says Mose, "but to be frank with you, I have just one regret in connection with this affair." "What's that?" asked the minister. "I can't help feelin' sorry," says Mose, "that I ain't goin' to have the pleasure of readin' what Bill Newton says about me in the paper. I know it'll be somethin' uncommon fine. I loant him $2 a year ago last fall." The Higginses lost a darn good friend when Bill died. Bill wrote a poem about their old dog Towse when he was run over by Watkins' hay wagon 7 years ago. I'll bet that poem is in every scrapbook in the county. You couldn't read that poem without cryin'. Why, that poem would have brought a dew out on the desert of Sari. Old Tim Hubbard, the meanest man in the state, borrowed a paper to read the poem, and he was so 'fected by it that he never borrowed another paper as long as he lived. I don't more'n half reckon, though, that the Higginses appreciated what Bill had done for 'em. I never heard of their givin' him anything more than a basket of greenin' apples, and Bill wrote a piece 'bout the apples next day. But Bill was at his best when he wrote things about the children, about the little ones that died, I mean. Seemed like Bill had a way of his own of saying things that was beautiful and tender. He said he loved the children because they was innocent, and I reckon, yes, I know he did, for the poems he writ about 'em showed he did. When our little Alice died, I started out for Mr. Miller's. He was the undertaker. The night was powerful dark, and it was all the darker to me because seemed like all the light had gone out of my life. Down near the bridge I met Bill. He weaved round in the road, for he was in liquor. "Hello, Mr. Baker," says he. "Whar you be goin' this time o' night?" "Bill," says I, "I'm goin' on the saddest errand of my life." "What do you mean?" says he, comin' up to me as straight as he could. "Why, Bill," says I, "our little girl, my little girl, Allie, you know, she's dead." I horsed up so I couldn't say much more, and Bill didn't say nothin' at all. He just reached me his hand, and took my hand, and seemed like in that grasp his heart spoke many words of comfort to mine. And next day he had a piece in the paper about our little girl. We cut it out and put it in the big Bible in the front room. Sometimes when we get to fussin', Martha goes and gets that bit of paper and reads it to me. Then us two kind of cry to ourselves, and we make it up between us for the dead child's sake. Well, you can see how it was that so many of us liked Bill. He had soothed our hearts. There's nothin' like sympathy after all. Bill's poetry had heart in it. It didn't surprise you or scare you. It just got down in under your vest, and before you knew it, you was all choked up. I know all about your fashionable poetry and your famous poets. Martha took Godey's for a year. Folks that live in the city can't write poetry, not the real genuine article. To write poetry, as I figure it, the heart must have somethin' to feed on. You can't get that somethin' where there ain't trees and grass and birds and flowers. Bill loved these things, and he fed his heart on 'em, and that's why his poetry was so much better than anybody else's. I ain't worryin' much about Bill now. I take it that everythink is for the best. When they told me that Bill died in a drunken fit, I felt that his end oughter have come some other way. He was too good a man for that. But maybe, after all, It was ordered for the best. Just imagine Bill a standin' up for judgment. Just imagine that poor, sorrowful, shiverin' critter waitin' for his turn to come. Picture, if you can, how full of penitence he is, and how full of poetry and gentleness and misery. The Lord ain't a-goin' to be too hard on that poor wretch. Of course, we can't comprehend divine mercy. We only know that it is full of compassion, a compassion infinitely tenderer and sweeter than ours. And the more I think on it, the more I reckon that Bill will plead to win that mercy, for, like as not, the little ones, my Allie with the rest, will run to him when they see him in his trouble, and will hold his tremblin' hands, and twine their arms about him, and plead with him for compassion. You've seen an old sycamore that the lightnin' has struck. The ivy has reached up its vines and spread 'em all around it and over it, coverin' its scars and splintered branches with a velvet green, and fillin' the air with fragrance. You've seen this thing, and you know that it is beautiful. That's Bill, perhaps, as he stands up for judgment, a miserable, tremblin', and unworthy thing, perhaps, but twined about all over with singin' and pleadin' little children, and that is pleasin' in God's sight, I know. What would I, say if we was settin' in judgment then? Why, we'd just kind of brush the moisture from our eyes and say, Mr. Recordin' Angel, you may nolly prause this case and proceed with the docket. 1888, end of section 17. Section 18 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Deongines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 18. The Little Yaller Baby. I have always had a good opinion of the women folks. I don't look at 'em as some people do. Of course, they're a necessity, just as men are. Of course, if there warn't no women folks, there wouldn't be no men folks. Leastwise, that's what the medical books say. But I never was much on discussin' human economy. What I have always thought and said was that women folks was a kind of luxury, and the best kind, too. Maybe it's because I ain't had much to do with 'em that I'm sot on 'em. Never did get real well acquainted with more'n 3 or 4 of 'em in all my life. Seemed like it was meant that I shouldn't have 'em around me as most men have. Mother died when I was a little tyke, and Aunt Mary raised me till I was big enough to make my own livin'. Down here in the Southwest, you see, most of the girls is boys. There ain't none of them civilizin' influences folks talk of, nothin' but flowers and birds and such things as poetry tells about. So I kind of grew up with the curious notion that women folks was too good for our part of the country, and I haven't quite got that notion out of my head yet. One time, well, I reckon 'twas about 4 years ago, I got a letter from old Colonel Sibley to come up to St. Louis and consult with him 'bout some stock interests we had together. Railroad travelin' was no new thing to me. I had been pretty prosperous, had got past havin' to ride in a caboose and get out at every stop to punch up the steers. Had money in the Houston Bank and used to go to Chicago once a year. Had met Phil Armour and shook hands with him. And once the city papers had a column article about my bein' a millionaire. Of course, 'twarn't so, but a feller kind of likes that sort of thing, you know. The mornin' after I got that letter from Colonel Sibley, I started for St. Louis. I took a bunk in the Pullman car, like I had been doin' for 6 years past, and I reckon the other folks must have thought I was a heap of a man, for every half hour I give the nigger $50 to brush me off. The car was full of people, rich people too, I reckon, for they wore good clothes and criticized the scenery. Just across from me there was a lady with a big fat baby. the prettiest woman I had seen in a month of Sundays. And the baby, why, doggone my skin, when I wasn't paying money to the nigger. Darned if I didn't set there watchin' that big fat little cuss like he was the only baby I ever seen. I ain't much of a hand at babies, 'cause I hain't seen many of 'em, and when it comes to handling 'em, why, that would break me all up, and like as not, I would break the baby all up too. But it has always been my notion that next to the women folks, babies was just about the nicest things on earth. So the more I looked at that big fat little baby settin' in its mother's lap across the way, the more I wanted to look. Seemed like I was hoodooed by the little tyke. And the first thing I knew, there was water in my eyes. Don't know why it is, but it always makes me kind of slop over to set and watch a baby cooin' and playin' in its mother's lap. "Look a here, Sam," says I to the nigger. "Come here and brush me off again. Why ain't you tendin' to business?" But it didn't do no good 'tall. Pretendin' to be cross with the nigger might fool the other folks in the car, but it didn't fool me. I was dead stuck on that baby. Gol durn his picture. And there the little tyke set in its mother's lap, doublin' up its fists and tryin' to swaller 'em, and talkin' like to its mother in a lingo I couldn't understand, but which the mother could, for she talked back to the baby in a soothing lingo which I couldn't understand, but which I liked to hear, and she kissed the baby and stroked its hair and petted it like women do. It made me mad to hear them other folks in the car criticizing the scenery and things. A man's in mighty poor business, anyhow, to be lookin' at scenery when there's a woman in sight, a woman and a baby. Pretty soon, maybe an hour or two, the baby began to fret and worrit. Seemed to me like the little critter was hungry. Knowin' that there was no eatin' house this side of Bowieville, I just called the train boy, and says I to him, "Have you got any victuals that will do for a baby?" "How is oranges and bananas?" says he. "That ought to do," says I. "Just do up a dozen of your best oranges and a dozen of your best bananas, and take 'em over to that baby, with my compliments." But before he could do it, the lady had laid the baby on one of her arms and had spread a shawl over its head and over her shoulder, and all of a sudden the baby quit worryin' and seemed like he had gone to sleep. When we got to York Crossin', I looked out of the window and seen some men carrying a long pine box up towards the baggage car. Seein' their hats off, I knew there was a dead body in the box, and I couldn't help feelin' sorry for the poor creature that had died in that lonely place of York Crossin'. But I might have felt a heap sorrier for the critters that had to live there, for I'll allow that York Crossin' is a leetle the derndest, loneliest place I ever seen. Well, just afore the train started again, who should come up into the car but Bill Woodson, and he was lookin' powerful tough. Bill herded cattle for me 3 winters, but he'd moved away when he married one of the waiter girls at Spooner's Hotel at Houston. "Hello, Bill," says I. "What are you totin' so kind of careful like in your arms there?" "Well, I've got the baby," says he, and as he said it, the tears come up into his eyes. "Your own baby, Bill?" says I. "Yes," says he. "Nellie took sick of the janders a fortnight ago, and she died, and I'm takin' her body up to Texarkany to bury. She lived there, you know, and I'm goin' to leave the baby there with its grandma." Poor Bill! It was his wife that the men were carryin' in that pine box to the baggage car. "Lively looking baby, Bill," says I, cheerful like. "Perfect picture of its mother. Kind of favors you round the lower part of the face, though." I said this to make Bill feel happier. If I'd told the truth, I'd have said the baby was a sickly, yaller looking little thing, for so it was. Looked half starved, too. Couldn't help comparin' it with that big, fat baby in its mother's arms over the way. "Bill," says I, "here's a $10 note for the baby, and God bless you." "Thank ye, Mr. Goodhue," says he, and he choked all up as he moved off with that yaller little baby in his arms. It weren't very far up the road he was goin', and he found a seat in one of the front cars. But along about an hour after that, back come Bill, moseying through the car like he was huntin' for somebody. Seemed like he was in trouble and was huntin' for a friend. "Anything I can do for you, Bill?" says I, but he didn't make no answer. All of a sudden he sot his eyes on the pretty lady that had the fat baby sleeping in her arms, and he made a break for her like he was crazy. He took off his hat and bent down over her and said something none of the rest of us could hear. The lady kind of started like she was frightened, and then she looked up at Bill and looked him right square in the countenance. She saw a tall, gangling, awkward man with long yeller hair and frowsy beard, and she saw that he was tremblin' and had tears in his eyes. She looked down at the fat baby in her arms, and then she looked out'n the winder at the great stretch of prairie land, and seemed like she was lookin' off further 'n the rest of us could see. Then at last she turned round and said, "Yes," to Bill, and Bill went off into the front car again. None of the rest of us knew what all this meant, but in a minute Bill came back with his little yeller baby in his arms, and you never heard a baby squall and carry on like that baby was squallin' and carryin' on. Fact is, the little yeller baby was hungry, hungrier than a wolf, and there was its mother dead in the car up ahead, and its grandma a good piece up the road. What did the lady over the way do but lay her own sleepin' baby down on the seat beside her, and take Bill's little yeller baby and hold it on one arm, and cover up its head and her shoulder with a shawl, just like she had done with the fat baby not long afore. Bill never looked at her. He took off his hat and held it in his hand, and turned round and stood guard over that mother, and I reckoned that if any man had darst to look that way just then, Bill would have cut his heart out. The little yeller baby didn't cry very long. Seemed like it knowed there was a mother holdin' it, not its own mother, but a woman whose life had been hallowed by God's blessin' with the love and the purity and the sanctity of motherhood. Why, I wouldn't have swapped that sight of Bill and them two babies and that sweet woman for all the cattle in Texas. It just made me know that what I'd always thought of women was gospel truth. God bless that lady, I say, wherever she is today, and God bless all women folks, for they're all alike in their unselfishness and gentleness and love. Bill said, "God bless ye," too, when she handed him back his poor little yeller baby. The little creetur was fast asleep, and Bill darsn't speak very loud for fear he'd wake it up, but his heart was way up in his mouth when he says, "God bless ye," to that dear lady, and then he added, like he wanted to let her know that he meant to pay her back when he could, "I'll do the same for you sometime, marm, if I can." 1888. End of section 18.
Section 19 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Penn. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Section 19. The Cyclopeedy. First published in 1889. Having lived next door to the Hobart place going on 30 years, I calculate I know just about as much about the case as anybody else now on earth, excepting perhaps it's old Judge Baker. And he's so plaguey old and so powerful feeble that he don't know nothing. It seems that in the spring of '47, the year that Cy Watkins' oldest boy was drowned in West River, there come along a book agent selling volumes and tracts for a diffusion of knowledge, and having got to recommend of the minister and of the selectmen, he done an all-fired big business in our part of the county. His name was Lemuel Higgins, and he was as likely a talker as I've ever heard, barring Lawyer Conkey, and everybody allowed that when Conkey was around he talked so fast that the town pump would have to be greased every 20 minutes. One of the first of our folks that this Lemuel Higgins struck was Leander Hobart. Leander had just married one of the Peasley girls, and had moved into the old homestead on the Plainville Road, old Deacon Hobart having give up the place to him, the other boys having moved out west, like a lot of darn fools that they was. Leander was feeling his oats just about this time, and nothing was too good for him. "Hattie," says he, "I guess I'll have to lay in a few books for reading in the winter time, and I've half a notion to subscribe for a Cyclopeedy. Mr. Higgins here says they're invaluable in a family, and that we ought to have 'em, being as how we're likely to have a family by and by." "Lord sakes, Leander, how you talk," says Hattie, blushing all over as brides always does to hear tell of such things. Well, to make a long story short, Leander bargained with Mr. Higgins for a set of them cyclopeedies, and he signed his name to a long printed paper that showed how he agreed to take a cyclopeedy oncet in so often, which was to be as often as a new one of the volumes was printed. A cyclopeedy isn't printed all at oncet, because that would make it cost too much. Consequently, the man that gets it up has it strung along for a part, so as to hit folks oncet every year or two, and generally around harvest time. So Leander kind of liked the idea, and he signed the printed paper and made his affidavit to it afore Judge Werner. The first volume of the Cyclopeedy stood on the shelf in the old secretary in the setting room about 4 months before they had any use for it. One night Squire Turner's son come over to visit Leander and Hattie, and they got to talking about apples, and the sort of apples that was the best. Leander allowed that the Rhode Island greenin' was the best, but Hattie and the Turner boy stuck up for the Roxbury russet, until at last a happy idea struck Leander, and says he, "We'll leave it to the Cyclopeedy, by gosh. Whichever one the Cyclopeedy says is the best, we'll settle it." "But you can't find out nothing about Roxbury russets nor Rhode Island greenins in our Cyclopeedy," says Hattie. "Why not, I'd like to know?" says Leander, kind of indignant-like. "'Cause ours ain't got down to the R yet," says Hattie. "All ours tells about is things beginning with A." "Well, ain't we talking about apples?" says Leander. "You aggravate me terrible, Hattie, by insisting on knowing what you don't know nothing about." Leander went to the secretary and took down the Cyclopeedy and hunted all through it for apples, but all he could find was apple. See pomology. "How in thunder can I see pomology," says Leander, "when there ain't no pomology to see? Gol dern Cyclopeedy anyhow." And he put the volume back on the shelf and never set eyes on it again. That's the way the thing run for years and years. Leander would have given up this plaguey bargain, but he couldn't. He had signed a printed paper and swore to it before a justice of the peace. Higgins would have had the law on him if he had throwed up the trade. The most aggravating feature of it all was that I knew one of them cussed cyclopeedies was always sure to show up at the wrong time, when Leander was hard up or had just been afflicted in some way or other. His barn burnt down 2 nights before the volume containing the letter B arrived, and Leander needed all his chink to pay for lumber, but Higgins sat back on that affidavit and defied the life out of him. "Never mind, Leander," says his wife soothing-like. "It's a good book to have in the house anyhow, now that we got a baby." "That's so," says Leander. "Babies does begin with B, don't it? You see, their first baby had been born. They named him Peasley Hobart, after Hattie's folks. So, seeing as how it was paying for a book that told about babies, Leander didn't begrudge that $5 so very much after all. "Leander," says Hattie one forenoon, "that B Cyclopeedy ain't no account. There ain't nothing in it about babies 'cept see maternity." "Well, I'll be gosh darned," said Leander. That was all he said, and he couldn't do nothing at all, for that book agent, Lemuel Higgins, had the dead wood on him. The mean sneaking critter. So the years passed on. One of them cyclopeedies showed up now and then, sometimes every 2 years and sometimes every 4, but always at a time when Leander found it pesky hard to give up a $5. It warn't no use cussing Higgins. Higgins just laughed when Leander allowed that the Cyclopeedy was no good and that he was being robbed. Meantime, Leander's family was increasing and growing. Little Sary had the whooping cough dreadful one winter, but the Cyclopeedy didn't help out at all, 'cause all it said was whooping cough. See, whooping cough. And of course there weren't no whooping cough to see, being as how the W hadn't come yet. Once when Hiram wanted to dreen the home pasture, he went to the Cyclopeedy to find out about it. But all he discovered was drain, see tile. This was in 1859, and the Cyclopeedy had only got down to G. The cow was sick with lung fever one spell, and Leander laid her dying to the cussed Cyclopeedy, 'cause when he went to reading about cows, it told him to see zoology. But what's the use of harrowing up one's feelings talking and thinking about these things? Leander got so after a while that the Cyclopeedy didn't worry him at all. He grew to look at it as one of the crosses that human critters have to bear without complaining through this vale of tears. The only thing that bothered him was the fear that maybe he wouldn't live to see the last volume. To tell the truth, this kind of got to be his hobby, and I've heard him talk about it many a time, setting round the stove at the tavern and a squirting tobacco juice at the sawdust box. His wife Hattie passed away with the yaller janders the winter W come, and all that seemed to reconcile Leander to surviving her was the prospect of seeing that last volume of that Cyclopeedy. Lemuel Higgins, the book agent, had gone to his everlasting punishment, but his son Hiram had succeeded to his father's business and continued to visit the folks his old man had roped in. By this time Leander's children had growed up. All of them was married, and there was numerous grandchildren to amuse the old gentleman. But Leander wasn't to be satisfied with the common things of earth. He didn't seem to take no pleasure in his grandchildren like most men do. His mind was always set on something else. For hours and hours, yes, all day long, he'd sit out on the front stoop looking wistfully up the road for that book agent to come along with a Cyclopeedy. He didn't want to die till he'd got all the Cyclopeedies his contract called for. He wanted to have everything straightened out before he passed away. How I recall it. When Y come along, he was so overcome that he fell over in a fit of paralysis, and the old gentleman never got over it. For the next 3 years he drooped and pined, and seemed like he couldn't hold out much longer. Finally he had to take to his bed. He was so old and feeble, but he made him move the bed up against the winder so he could watch for that last volume of the Cyclopeedy. The end come one balmy day in the spring of '87. His life was a ebbing powerful fast. The minister was there, and me, and Doc Wilson, and Judge Baker, and most of the family. Loving hands smoothed the wrinkled forehead and brushed back the long, scant white hair, but the eyes of the dying man was set upon that piece of road down which the Cyclopeedy man always come. All to once a bright and joyful look come into them eyes, and old Leander riz up in bed and says, "It's come." "What is it, father?" asked the daughter Sary, sobbing like. "Hush," says the minister solemnly. "He sees the shining gates of the New Jerusalem." "No, no," cried the aged man. "It's the Cyclopeedy, the letter Z. It's coming." And sure enough, the door opened, and in walked Higgins. He tottered rather than walked, for he had grown old and feeble in his wicked profession. "Here's the Z Cyclopeedy, Mr. Hobart," says Higgins. Leander clutched it. He hugged it to his panting bosom. Then stealing one pale hand under the pillar, he drew out a faded banknote and give it to Higgins. "I thank thee for this boon," said Leander, rolling his eyes up devoutly. Then he gave a deep sigh. "Hold on," cried Higgins excitedly. "You've made a mistake. It isn't the last." But Leander didn't hear him. His soul had fled from its mortal tenement and had soared rejoicing to realms of everlasting bliss. "He is no more," says Doc Wilson, metaphorically. "Then who are his heirs?" asked the mean critter Higgins. "We be," says the family. Do you conjointly and severally acknowledge and assume the obligation of deceased to me? He asked them. What obligation? Asked Peasley Hobart, stern-like. Deceased died owing me for a Cyclopeedy, says Higgins. That's a lie, says Peasley. We all seen him pay you for that Z. But there's another one to come, says Higgins. Another? They all asked. Yes, the index, says he. So there was, and I'll be eternally gall-darned if he ain't a-suing the estate in the probate court now for the price of it. Publication year 1889. End of section 19.
Section 20 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. Doc Stebbins, 1888. Most everybody liked Doc Stebbins, for all he was the derndest critter that ever lived to play jokes on folks. Seems like he was born jokin', and kep' it up all his life. Old Mrs. Stebbins used to tell how when the Doc was a baby, he used to wake her up half a dozen times of a night cryin' like he was hungry, and when she turned over in bed to him, he would laugh and coo like he was sayin', "No, thank'ee, I was only foolin'." His mother allus thought a heap of the Doc, and she allus put up with his jokes and things without grumblin'. Says it warn't his fault that he was so full of tricks and funny business. Kind of took the responsibility of it onto herself, because, as she allowed, she'd been to a circus jest before he was born. Nothin' tickled the Doc more'n to worry folks, not in a mean way, but jest to sort of bother 'em. Used to hang round the post office and pretend to have fits. Sakes alive, but how that scared the women folks. One day, who should come along but old Sue Perkins. Sue was suspicioned of taking a nip of liquor on the quiet now and then, but nobody had ever ketched her at it. Wall, the Doc, he had one of his fits just as Sue hove in sight, and Lem Thompson, who stood in with Doc in all his deviltry, leaned over Doc while he was a-wallerin' and pretended to foam at the mouth, and Lem cried out, "Nothink will fetch him out in his turn but a drink of brandy." Sue, who was as kind-hearted a old maid as ever superintended a strawberry festival, whipped a bottle out in her bag and says, "Here you be, Lem, but don't let him swaller the bottle." Folks bothered Sue a heap 'bout this joke till she moved down into Texas to teach school. Doc had a piece of wood 'bout 2 inches long, maybe 3. It was black and stubby and looked just like the butt of a cigar. Nobody but Doc would ever have thought of such a fool thing, but Doc used to go around with that thing in his mouth like it was a cigar, and when he'd meet a man who was smoking, he'd say, "Excuse me, but will you please give me a light?" Then the man would hand over his cigar, and Doc would plow that wooden stub of his round in the lighted cigar and would pretend to puff away till he put the real cigar out, and then Doc would hand the cigar back, saying, kind of regretful like, "You don't seem to have much of a light there. I reckon I'll wait till I can get a match." You can imagine how the other fellow's cigar tasted when he lighted it again. Doc tried it on me onct, and when I lighted up again seemed like I was smoking a piece of rope or a liver pad. One time Doc and Lem Thompson went over to Peoria on the railroad, and while they was settin' in the car come 2 women and set in the seat ahead of 'em. All of a sudden Doc nudged Lem and says, just loud enough for the women to hear, "I didn't get round till after it was over, but I never see sech a sight as that baby's ear was." Lem was on to Doc's methods, and he knew there was something ahead, so he says, "Tough-looking ear, was it?" "Well, I should remark," said Doc. "You see, it was like this. The mother had gone out into the backyard to hang some clothes onto the line, and she laid the baby down in the crib. Baby wasn't more'n 6 weeks old, helpless little critter as ever you seen. Well, all to oncet the mother heerd the baby cryin', but bein' busy with them clothes she didn't mind much. The baby kept cryin' and cryin', and at last the mother come back into the house, and there she found a big rat gnawing on one of the baby's ears. Had et it nearly off. There lay that helpless little innocent, crying and writhing, and there sat that rat with his long tail nipping and chewing at one of them tiny coral ears. Oh, it was awful. Just imagine the feelings of that mother, says Lem, sad-like. Just imagine the feelings of that baby, says Doc. How'd you like to be lying helpless in a crib with a big rat gnawing your ear? Well, all this conversation was fur from pleasant to those two women in the front seat, for women love babies and hate rats, you know. It was nuts for Doc and Lem to see the two women squirm, and all the way to Peory they didn't talk about nothing but snakes and spiders and mice and caterpillars. When the train got to Peory, a gentleman met the two women and says to one of 'em, "I feared the trip ain't done you much good, Lizzie," says he. "Sakes alive, John," says she, "it's a wonder we ain't dead, for we've been travelling 40 miles with a real live beetle-dime novel." Another trick Doc had was to walk along the street behind women and tell how his sister's just lost one of her diamond earrings while out walking. Just as soon as the women heard this, they'd clap their hands up to their ears to see if their earrings was all right. Doc never laughed nor let on he was joking, but just the same this sort of thing tickled him nearly to death. Doc went up to Chicago with Judge Craig once, and when they come back the judge said he never had such an awful time in all his born days. Said that Doc bought a fool Mother Goose book to read in the hoss cars just to queer folks. Would sit in a hoss car looking at the pictures and reading the verses and laughing like it was all new to him and like he was a child. Everybody sized him up for an eject, and them women folks shook their heads and said it was orful for so fine a looking feller to be such a torn fool. Another thing Doc did was to get hold of a bad quarter and give it to a beggar, and then foller the beggar into a saloon and get him arrested for trying to pass counterfeit money. I reckon that if Doc had stayed in Chicago a week, he'd have had everybody crazy. No, I don't know how he come to be a medical man. He told me once that when he found out he wasn't good for anything, he concluded to be a doctor. But I reckon that was one of his jokes. He didn't have much of a practice. He was too humorous to suit most invalids and sick folks. We had him tend our boy Sam just once, when Sam was coming down with the measles. He looked at Sam's tongue and felt his pulse and said he'd leave a pill for Sam to take afore going to bed. "How shall we administer the pill?" asked my wife. "Well," says Doc, "the best way to do it is to get the boy down on the floor and hold his mouth open and gag him till he swallers the pill. After the pill gets into his system it will explode in about 10 minutes, and then the boy will feel better." This was cheerful news for the boy. No human power could have got that pill into Sam. We never solicited Doc's professional services again. One time Doc and Lynne Thompson drove over to Knoxville to help Doc Parsons cut a man's leg off. About 4 miles out of town, and right in the middle of the hot purr-roar, they met Moses Baker's oldest boy trudging along with a basket of eggs. The Doc whoaed his hoss and called to the boy. "Where you be going with them eggs?" says he. "Going to town to sell 'em," says the boy. "How much a dozen?" asked the Doc. "'Bout 10 cents, I reckon," says the boy. "Pretty likely looking eggs," says the Doc, and he handed the lines over to Lem and got down out in the buggy. "How many have you got?" he asked. 10 dozen, says the boy. "Get out," says Doc. "There ain't no 10 dozen eggs in that basket." "Yes, there is," says the boy, "for I counted 'em myself." The Doc allowed he wasn't going to take nobody's count on eggs, so he got that fool boy to stand there in the middle of the hot purr-roar, clasping his 2 hands together while he, the Doc, counted them eggs out in the basket one by one into the boy's arms. 10 dozen eggs is a heap. You can imagine, maybe, how the boy looked with his arms full of eggs. When the Doc had got about 9 dozen counted out, he stopped all of a sudden and said, "Wow, come to think on it, I reckon I don't want no eggs today, but I'm just as much obleeged to you for your trouble." And so he jumped back into the buggy and drove off. Now, maybe that fool boy wasn't in a peck of trouble. There he stood in the middle of that all-fired hot peroror with his arms full of eggs. What was there for him to do? He was afraid to move, lest he should break them eggs. Yet the longer he stood there, the less chance there was of the warm weather improving the eggs. Along in the summer of '78 the fever broke out down south, and one day Doc made up his mind that, as business wasn't none too good at home, he'd go down south and see what he could do there. That was just like one of Doc's fool notions, we all said, but he went. In about 6 weeks along come a telegraph saying that Doc was dead. He died of the fever. The minister went up to the homestead and broke the news gentle-like to Doc's mother. But bless you, she didn't believe it. She wouldn't believe it. She said it was one of Doc's jokes. She didn't blame him nuther. It was her fault, she allowed, that Doc was always that way about making fun of life and death. No, sir, she never believed that Doc was dead, but she allus talked like he might come in any minute. And there was allus his old place set for him at the table. Nothing was disturbed in his little room upstairs. And so 5 years slipped by and no Doc come back, and there was no tidings of him. Of course, the rest of us knew, but his mother, oh no, she would never believe it. At last, the old lady fell sick, and the doctor said she couldn't hold out long, she was so old and feeble. The minister who was there said that she seemed to sleep from the evening of this life into the morning of the next. Just afore the last, she kind of raised up in bed and cried out like she saw something that she loved, and she held out her arms like there was someone standing in the doorway. Then they asked her what the matter was, and she says, joyful like, "He's come back, and there he stands, just as he used ter. I knew he was only joking." They looked, but they saw nothing, and when they went to her, she was dead. 1888. End of section 20.
Section 21 of A Little Book of Profitable Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Diana Schmidt. A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field. The Fairies of Pesth. An old poet walked alone in a quiet valley. His heart was heavy, and the voices of nature consoled him. His life had been a lonely and sad one. Many years ago a great grief fell upon him, and it took away all his joy and all his ambition. It was because he brooded over his sorrow, and because he was always faithful to a memory, that the townspeople deemed him a strange old poet. But they loved him, and they loved his songs. In his life and in his songs there was a gentleness, a sweetness, a pathos that touched every heart. The strange, the dear old poet, they called him. Evening was coming on. The birds made no noise. Only the whippoorwill repeated over and over again its melancholy refrain in the marsh beyond the meadow. The brook ran slowly, and its voice was so hushed and tiny that you might have thought that it was saying its prayers before going to bed. The old poet came to the 3 lindens. This was a spot he loved. It was so far from the noise of the town. The grass under the lindens was fresh and velvety. The air was full of fragrance, for here amid the grass grew violets and daisies and buttercups and other modest wild flowers. Under the lindens stood old Lisa, the witch-wife. "Take this," said the poet to old Lisa, the witch-wife, and he gave her a silver piece. "You are good to me, master poet," said the witch-wife. "You have always been good to me. I do not forget, master poet, I do not forget." "Why do you speak so strangely?" asked the old poet. "You mean more than you say. Do not jest with me. My heart is heavy with sorrow." "I do not jest," answered the witch-wife. "I will show you a strange thing. Do as I bid you. Tarry here under the lindens, and when the moon rises, the 7 crickets will chirp thrice. Then the raven will fly into the west, and you will see wonderful things, and beautiful things you will hear." Saying this much, old Lisa, the witch-wife, stole away, and the poet marveled at her words. He had heard the townspeople say that old Lisa was full of dark thoughts and of evil deeds, but he did not heed these stories. "They say the same of me, perhaps," he thought. "I will tarry here beneath the 3 lindens, and see what may come of this whereof the witch-wife spake." The old poet sat amid the grass at the foot of the 3 lindens, and darkness fell around him. He could see the lights in the town away off. They twinkled like the stars that studded the sky. The whippoorwill told his story over and over again in the marsh beyond the meadow, and the brook tossed and talked in its sleep, for it had played too hard that day. "The moon is rising," said the old poet. "Now we shall see." The moon peeped over the tops of the far-off hills. She wondered whether the world was fast asleep. She peeped again. There could be no doubt. The world was fast asleep. At least so thought the dear old moon. So she stepped boldly up from behind the distant hills. The stars were glad that she came, for she was indeed a merry old moon. The 7 crickets lived in the hedge. They were brothers, and they made famous music. When they saw the moon in the sky, they sang, "Chirp, chirp, 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 chirp," 3 times, just as old Lisa, the witch-wife, said they would. Whirr! It was the raven flying out of the oak tree into the west. This, too, was what the old witch-wife had foretold. Whirr! Went the 2 black wings, and then it seemed as if the raven melted into the night. Now, this was strange enough, but what followed was stranger still. Hardly had the raven flown away when out from their habitations in the moss, the flowers, and the grass trooped a legion of fairies. Yes, right there, before the old poet's eyes, appeared, as if by magic, a mighty troop of the dearest little fays in all the world. Each of these fairies was about the height of a cambric needle. The lady fairies were, of course, not so tall as the gentlemen fairies, but all were of quite as comely figure as you would expect to find even among real folk. They were quaintly dressed, the ladies wearing quilted silk gowns and broad-brim hats with tiny feathers in them, and the gentlemen wearing curious little knickerbockers with silk coats, white hose, ruffled shirts, and dainty cocked hats. If the witch-wife had not foretold it, I should say that I had dreamed, thought the old poet. But he was not frightened. He had never harmed the fairies, therefore he feared no evil from them. One of the fairies was taller than the rest, and she was much more richly attired. It was not her crown alone that showed her to be the queen. The others made obeisance to her as she passed through the midst of them from her home in the bunch of red clover. 4 dainty pages preceded her, carrying a silver web which had been spun by a black and yellow garden spider of great renown. This silver web the 4 pages spread carefully over a violet leaf, and thereupon the queen sat down, and when she was seated, the queen sang this little song. From the land of murk and mist, fairy folk are coming to the mead the dew has kissed, and they dance where'er they list to the crickets' thrumming. Circling here and circling there, light as thought and free as air. Hear them cry, "Oh-ho, oh-ho," as they round the rosy go. Apple blossom, summer dew, thistle blow, and gander feather, join the airy fairy crew, dancing on the swade together, till the cock on yonder steeple gives all fairy lust warning. Sing and dance, my little people, dance and sing, oh-ho, till morning. The 4 little fairies the queen called to must have been loitering, but now they came scampering up, Ganderfeather behind the others, for he was a very fat and presumably a very lazy little fairy. "The elves will be here presently," said the queen, "and then, little folk, you shall dance to your heart's content. Dance your prettiest tonight, for the good old poet is watching you." "Ah, little queen," cried the poet, "you see me then. I thought to watch your revels unbeknown to you. But I meant you no disrespect. Indeed, I meant you none, for surely no one ever loved the little folk more than I." "We know you love us, good old poet," said the little fairy queen, "and this night shall give you great joy and bring you into wondrous fame." These were the words of which the old poet knew not the meaning, but we, who live these many years after he has fallen asleep, we know the meaning of them. Then surely enough the elves came trooping along. They lived in the further meadow, else they would have come sooner. They were somewhat larger than the fairies, yet they were very tiny and very delicate creatures. The elf prince had long flaxen curls, and he was arrayed in a wonderful suit of damask web, at the manufacture of which 77 silkworms had labored for 77 days, receiving in payment therefor as many mulberry leaves as 7 blue beetles could carry and stow in 7 times 7 sunny days. At his side the elf prince wore a sword made of the sting of a yellow jacket, and the hilt of this sword was studded with the eyes of unhatched dragonflies, these brighter and more precious than the most costly diamonds. The elf prince sat beside the fairy queen. The other elves capered around among the fairies. The dancing sward was very light, for 1,010 glowworms came from the marsh, and hung their beautiful lamps over the spot where the little folk were assembled. If the moon and the stars were jealous of that soft, mellow light, they had good reason to be. The fairies and elves circled around in lively fashion. Their favorite dance was the ring around a rosy, which many children nowadays dance, but they had other measures too, and they danced them very prettily. "I wish," said the old poet, "I wish that I had my violin here, for then I would make merry music for you." The fairy queen laughed. "We have music of our own," she said, "and it is much more beautiful than even you, dear old poet, could make." Then, at the queen's command, each gentleman elf offered his arm to a lady fairy, and each gentleman fairy offered his arm to a lady elf. And so, all being provided with partners, these little people took their places for a waltz. The fairy queen and the elf prince were the only ones that did not dance. They sat side by side on the violet leaf and watched the others. The hop toad was floor manager, and the green burdock badge on his breast showed that. "Mind where you go. Don't jostle each other," cried the hop toad, for he was an exceedingly methodical fellow, despite his habit of jumping at conclusions. Then, when all was ready, the 7 crickets went chirp, 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 chirp 3 times, and away flew that host of little fairies and little elves in the daintiest waltz imaginable. The old poet was delighted. Never before had he seen such a sight. Never before had he heard so sweet music. Round and round whirled the sprite dancers. The 1,010 glowworms caught the rhythm of the music that floated up to them, and they swung their lamps to and fro in time with the fairy waltz. The plumes in the hats of the cunning little ladies nodded hither and thither, and the tiny swords of the cunning little gentlemen bobbed this way and that as the throng of dancers swept now here, now there. With one tiny foot, upon which she wore a lovely shoe made of a tanned flea's hide, the fairy queen beat time, yet she heard every word which the gallant elf prince said. So with the fairy queen blushing, the mellow lamps swaying, the elf prince wooing, and the throng of the little folk dancing hither and thither, the fairy music went on and on. "Tell me, my fairy queen," cried the old poet, "whence comes this fairy music which I hear? The 7 crickets in the hedge are still, the birds sleep in their nests, the brook dreams of the mountain home it stole away from yestermorning. Tell me, therefore, whence comes this wondrous fairy music and show me the strange musicians that make it." "Look to the grass and the flowers," said the Fairy Queen. "In every blade and in every bud lie hidden notes of fairy music. Each violet and daisy and buttercup, every modest wildflower, no matter how hidden, gives glad response to the tinkle of fairy feet. Dancing daintily over this quiet sward where flowers dot the green, my little people strike here and there and everywhere the keys which give forth the harmonies you hear." Long marveled the old poet. He forgot his sorrow, for the fairy music stole into his heart and soothed the wound there. The fairy host swept round and round, and the fairy music went on and on. "Why may I not dance?" asked a piping voice. "Please, dear Queen, may I not dance too?" It was the little hunchback that spake, the little hunchback fairy who, with wistful eyes, had been watching the merry throng whirl round and round. "Dear child, thou canst not dance," said the Fairy Queen tenderly. "Thy little limbs are weak. Come, sit thou at my feet, and let me smooth thy fairy curls and stroke thy pale cheeks." "Believe me, dear Queen," persisted the little hunchback, "I can dance, and quite prettily too. Many a time while the others made merry here, I have stolen away by myself to the brookside and danced alone in the moonlight, alone with my shadow. The violets are thickest there. Let thy halting feet fall upon us, little sorrowful," they whispered, "and we shall make music for thee." So there I danced, and the violets sang their songs for me. I could hear the others making merry far away, but I was merry too, for I too danced, and there was none to laugh. "If you would like it, little sorrowful," said the elf prince, "I will dance with you." "No, brave prince," answered the little hunchback, "for that would weary you. My crutch is stout, and it has danced with me before. You will say that we dance very prettily, my crutch and I, and you will not laugh, I know." Then the queen smiled sadly. She loved the little hunchback, and she pitied her. "It shall be as you wish," said the queen. The little hunchback was overjoyed. "I have to catch the time, you see," said she, and she tapped her crutch and swung one little shrunken foot till her body fell into the rhythm of the waltz. Far daintier than the others did the little hunchback dance. Now one tiny foot, and now the other tinkled on the flowers, and the point of the little crutch fell here and there like a tear. And as she danced, there crept into the fairy music a tenderer cadence, for, I know not why, the little hunchback danced ever on the violets, and their responses were full of the music of tears. There was a strange pathos in the little creature's grace. She did not weary of the dance. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes grew fuller, and there was a wondrous light in them. And as the little hunchback danced, the others forgot her limp and felt only the heart cry in the little hunchback's merriment and in the music of the voiceful violets. Now all this saw the old poet, and all this wondrously beautiful music he heard. And as he heard and saw these things, he thought of the pale face, the weary eyes, and the tired little body that slept forever now. He thought of the voice that had tried to be cheerful for his sake, of the thin, patient little hands that had loved to do his bidding, of the halting little feet that had hastened to his calling. "Is it thy spirit, O my love?" he wailed. "Is it thy spirit, O dear, dead love?" A mist came before his eyes, and his heart gave a great cry. But the fairy dance went on and on. The others swept to and fro and round, but the little hunchback danced always on the violets, and through the other music there could be plainly heard, as it crept in and out, the mournful cadence of those tenderer flowers. And with the music and the dancing, the night faded into morning, and all at once the music ceased, and the little folk could be seen no more. The birds came from their nests, the brook began to bestir himself, and the breath of the new-born day called upon all in that quiet valley to awaken. So many years have passed since the old poet, sitting under the 3 lindens, half a league the other side of Pesth, saw the fairies dance and heard the fairy music. So many years have passed since then that had the old poet not left us an echo of that fairy waltz, there would be none now to believe the story I tell. Who knows but that this very night the elves and the fairies will dance in the quiet valley? The little sorrowful will tinkle her maimed feet upon the singing violets, and that the little folk will illustrate in their revels, through which a tone of sadness steals, the comedy and pathos of our lives. Perhaps no one shall see, perhaps no one else ever did, these fairy people dance their pretty dances, but we who have heard old Robert Volkmann's waltz know full well that he at least saw that strange sight and heard that wondrous music. And you will know so too, when you have read this true story and heard old Volkmann's claim to immortality. End of The Fairies of Pesth, first published in 1887. End of A Little Book of Profitable Tales by Eugene Field.